Good evening and welcome back. Tonight, we're exploring the story of Thoth, one of the most fascinating gods of ancient Egypt. Who was the god of wisdom, writing, and knowledge, and why did the Egyptians see him as the mind behind order itself? What did it mean to believe that words had power, that names could shape reality, and that keeping records was something sacred? As always, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from, and what time is it for you? Whether you're winding down, drifting towards sleep, or just looking for a calm story from the ancient world, thank you for being here. Now, let's begin. The first morning fought its way in. A hard, pale light pressed against the edge of the world as if it meant to pry it open, and the world resisted. There was water everywhere. A flood without memory. A dark surface that swallowed shape and sound and made a mockery of distance. The air had no scent worth naming. The sky had not chosen a color. Even the idea of a horizon felt like a rumor. And then something happened that was more decisive than thunder. A line appeared. Not a line you could touch, not a line you could eat, but a boundary, a thought made sharp. A thin figure stood where there had been only wind. He looked like a question with a beak. He did not arrive with drums or flame. That would have been vulgar. He stepped out of nothing as if nothing had always intended to produce him, as if chaos had cleared its throat and decided to speak properly. He was tall, lean, and precise. An ibis-headed god, the curved beak like a crescent of bone, the eyes set with an intelligence that did not blink for anyone. He carried no weapon, because he did not need one. His hands were empty, and yet the empty hands felt busy, like the hands of a scribe before the ink touches the page. He watched the water, and the water watched him back, and the water, for all its appetite, did not rush to swallow him. It hesitated. Even the formless can recognize authority when it meets it. He spoke a number. Not a prayer, not a name, not a command, a number. It sounded simple enough, the kind of sound you might make if you wanted to begin counting stones on a riverbank. But there were no stones yet worth counting, and that was the point. The number landed on the world like a weight, and the world took it seriously. The water shifted, the air tightened. A little order crept in, cautious as a cat. He spoke another number, then another. The sequence was not a song, but it had rhythm, and the rhythm mattered. Every count implied a space between things, a difference, a boundary. One meant there could be not one. Two meant there could be more than one. Three meant the universe could begin to keep track of itself. And from that moment on, it never stopped. The others arrived after that, because once you introduce counting, you introduce comparison. And once you introduce comparison, you invite pride. A voice like distant metal spoke from the deep. A sun that had not yet risen in full cleared its throat and considered the idea of being worshipped. Somewhere in the dark, a breath moved that was so old it felt like the origin of breathing itself. The world, once it had tasted structure, began producing personalities the way a fever produces dreams. They were immense, these first gods, too big to fit in any story comfortably, full of hunger and impatience. They argued without language and wrestled without bodies. They swelled and crashed against one another in the unseen places, and through it all, the ibis-headed god stayed slim and steady, the kind of presence that makes chaos feel embarrassed. Someone asked him who he was, with the suspicion of a strong creature noticing a clever one. He answered with a name, Thoth, The name gave the world another kind of order, because names are not decoration. Once you have a name, you can be summoned, praised, cursed, blamed. Without names, the gods were only forces. With names, they became accountable. Thoth understood that better than any of them, and that is why some of them loved him, and some of them kept a wary distance, as if he carried a hidden knife. The knife was not hidden. It was language. He walked along the edge of the waters, and where his feet should have sunk, they found firmness. Land was not born with ceremony. It rose because someone finally insisted it would. Thoth watched the first mud settle, the first patches of ground harden, and his eyes narrowed with interest. This would be useful. A surface that could hold a mark. A place where a line could remain a line instead of melting back into dark. He crouched, and the gesture felt intimate, almost indecent, because gods do not usually stoop. He pressed his fingers into the damp earth. He lifted them. The impression remained. He smiled, and the smile was small and sharp. As the days gathered, the world started to develop habits. The sun rose, the sun fell. The moon changed its face as if it could not decide what sort of god it wanted to be. The water rose and withdrew. The land cracked and softened. Plants learned to reach. Animals learned to bite. Each small repetition made the cosmos less like an accident and more like a system. Thoth took pleasure in that, not the warm pleasure of a father watching a child walk, but the colder pleasure of a mathematician watching an equation finally balance. He measured the movements. He set down sequences. He began to craft a calendar out of the sky's behavior. Calendars are cages. Beautiful ones, yes, but cages all the same. You trap time in a pattern. You tell it when it must return. You make it predictable. And the predictable can be controlled. Thoth understood the temptation, and he understood the danger. Control is never neutral. Whoever owns the calendar owns the rhythm of the world. Whoever owns the rhythm of the world can starve people, bless people, or call it fate when it suits them. The other gods began to crowd around the idea of order like drunk nobles, around a new law they hope will benefit them. They made demands. They wanted days dedicated to them. They wanted feasts, offerings, moments when their names would be spoken more often than anyone else's. They wanted their births and victories pinned to the sky so that time itself would have to remember them. Thoth listened. Thoth smiled. Thoth wrote. And when you write down a god's desire, you expose it. Not all gods enjoy being exposed. There were gods who were raw force, who did not care for writing, who preferred blood and smoke and the simple honesty of fear. They called Thoth weak because they could not imagine a kind of strength that did not leave bruises. Thoth did not argue. He let them shout into the air until their voices grew hoarse. He watched them forget which threat they had made and to whom. He watched them contradict themselves. He made quiet notes. The notes would matter later. Because the world that begins with numbers does not stay innocent for long. On one of those early days, when the dawn came in thin and cruel, and the land still steamed from the night's damp, Thoth stood at the edge of a new river. It wound through the mud like a silver thought. It was not the Nile yet, not properly, but it carried the promise of a Nile, that slow, patient power that would someday make Egypt possible. Thoth watched the river move. He watched how it pulled at the banks, how it carved a path without malice, how it simply obeyed gravity and its own persistence. He respected that sort of behavior. Rivers, unlike gods, do not pretend. He dipped a reed into dark silt and drew on a flat stone. The mark was simple, a symbol for water, a curve that could also be a smile if you were in a generous mood. He drew another mark beside it, a symbol for land. He drew a third, a sign that meant boundary, because boundaries mattered. Then he looked up and saw something watching him from the reeds. It was not a god. Not quite. It was the idea of a creature, a shadow of a future animal, curious and cautious. A small mind peering at a large one. Thoth held still. He did not want to frighten it away. He liked being observed, in the same way a writer likes being read, though he would never admit it aloud. The creature came closer. It sniffed. It tilted its head as if trying to understand why the stone now carried meaning. Thoth placed the reed down and tapped the mark with one finger. The creature blinked. It did not understand, but it remembered. That is how the world learns, first by confusion, then by repetition, then by habit. Thoth watched it go, and he felt something like satisfaction, dark and quiet. If even animals could be changed by marks, then marks could change everything. A voice spoke behind him, smooth and dangerous. A god had come close without making the sky tremble, which meant the god knew how to be subtle, and subtle gods are always more trouble than loud ones. Thoth turned. The god wore beauty like armor. The god's eyes held humor that did not promise mercy. The god asked Thoth what he was doing. Thoth answered plainly. He said he was keeping track. He said he was making things that could be remembered. The god laughed and said memory belonged to the gods, that mortals would be crushed under the weight of it, that even gods could drown in what they refused to forget. Thoth listened and then said, very softly, that forgetting is not the same as forgiveness. The god's laughter stopped. Thoth did not win many arguments with force. He won them with the kind of sentence that sits in the mind like a splinter. The god left, irritated, and the air felt lighter when it was gone. Thoth returned to his marks. He added a fourth sign, one that meant silence, a space left deliberately empty. He honored his bargain. He also liked the look of it. A blank can be more threatening than a word, because a blank invites imagination, and imagination is always ready to bite. As the world thickened with life, Thoth's role became clearer. Other gods would rule by appetite. Some would rule by fear. Thoth ruled by definition. He became the one called upon when disputes threatened to tear creation into pieces. He became the one who could say, with that calm voice, what had been agreed and what had not. He became the one who could bind a thing to a name and make it behave as if it had always been meant to behave that way. That is what wisdom looks like in its earliest form. Not a kindly old man with a gentle smile, not a comforting voice promising that everything will be fine. Wisdom is often an ibis-headed god standing in the mud, counting the dawn, turning chaos into a ledger, and making the gods uneasy by reminding them that even immortals can be held to account. Thoth looked out over the water one last time as the sun climbed higher, more confident now, more arrogant. The day warmed. The world stirred. Somewhere, far off, other gods were already scheming, already fighting, already dreaming up problems that would require someone to write down the consequences. Thoth picked up his reed and tucked it away as if it were a dagger. He did not need to hurry. The universe would keep producing messes. He would keep producing marks. Every answer creates a new hunger. He knew that. He liked that. The calendar snapped shut with a clean sound. 360 days. Neat, countable, easy to command. Ra approved of anything that arrived in a straight line, and the sun god had grown tired of surprises. He had a sky to run and a court to endure, and enemies who never slept. So he spoke a law into existence, and the law settled over the world with the weight of a verdict. Nut, the sky, could not give birth on any day of the year, not on the first, not on the last, not on any of them. 360 locked doors. She could stand above the earth in her arching body and swallow the stars, but she could not open even one small door for her children. Ra said it with authority, and the other gods nodded, some because they agreed, some because they feared him, and some because they enjoyed watching someone else get punished. The world held its breath and waited for Nut to obey. Nut did not obey. She tried. She tried the way a trapped creature tries, pacing the same space, looking for weakness, pressing at every edge. She carried life inside her, and life insists. It pushes. It makes promises in the blood that no law can silence. She bent over the earth and hid her face in the dark hours, and she searched for someone who could break a rule without pretending it was kindness. She found Thoth, because everyone found Thoth when they ran out of honest options. He listened to her request with a still expression and eyes that missed nothing. He did not gasp. He did not lecture. He did not offer comfort. Comfort would have been a cheap way to avoid the work. He asked one question, short and practical. What exactly did Ra forbid? Nut told him. Any day of the year. Thoth nodded, as if Nut had just handed him a list of ingredients. He then asked another question. Who owns the year? Nut stared at him, because the answer was obvious, and the problem was that the obvious answer did not help. Ra owned it. The sun owned it. Time ran on his schedule. Thoth made a small sound of acknowledgement and looked up at the night, where the moon moved with its own pace and its own habit of ignoring the sun's pride. Thoth did not say that he had a plan. He rarely announced plans. Announcing plans invites interference, and gods interfere the way humans gossip. He only said, quietly, that a rule can be obeyed and still be defeated. Thoth went to the moon. He did not go with an army. He did not go with prayers. He went with mathematics and patience, and those are more dangerous than spears when the target believes it cannot lose. The moon had its own god, Khonsu, who traveled across the sky on schedule and still managed to act offended whenever anyone noticed. Khonsu liked being praised. He liked being seen. He enjoyed the pale attention he drew from the sleeping world. He also enjoyed gambling, because gambling creates the feeling of control while removing it. Thoth found him at the edge of the night, where the moon's light reached and where it did not, where shadows stayed sharp. Khonsu sat in a calm pose, satisfied with himself, and he greeted Thoth with the kind of welcome given to a guest who might be useful. The moon god asked what the scribe wanted. Thoth answered with the truth. Because lies are a waste when the other party already expects them. He wanted light. Not all of it. A fraction. A small portion taken from Khonsu's store. Khonsu laughed, because the request sounded ridiculous. The moon god had more light than anyone could count. Thoth watched him laugh and did not change expression. That calmness irritated Khonsu. It always irritates the loud when the quiet does not flinch. Khonsu asked why he should part with anything. Thoth said he would not ask for a gift. He would win it. Khonsu liked the word win. Thoth produced a board, not a grand thing with jewels, because Thoth had no interest in spectacle. A flat surface, marked squares, pieces simple enough to hold and move. The rules were known among gods who enjoyed games with consequences. You could call it Senet, or you could call it something older that later humans would try to copy while pretending it was harmless. The game required strategy. It required reading your opponent. It rewarded patience and punished greed. Khonsu believed he excelled at it. He had played against wandering spirits and bored gods, and had taken their offerings without leaving his seat. He agreed to play Thoth because he assumed Thoth would be easy prey, a scribe, a record keeper, a god who did not roar or throw lightning. Khonsu thought he would enjoy the humiliation. Thoth sat opposite him and placed the pieces with hands that did not tremble. He offered the stakes again, a small portion of moonlight each time. Khonsu, pleased by the idea of winning repeatedly, insisted on the stake being set as a fraction of his light. He chose 1/72nd. It sounded small enough to be safe. Thoth accepted at once. The first game began. Khonsu made the first move because he wanted the advantage, and he liked starting. He pushed a piece forward with confidence. Thoth watched. He did not react. He made his own move, careful, controlled. Khonsu tried a quick strategy that had beaten impatient opponents before. Thoth answered it without haste. The game narrowed. A piece got trapped. Another got freed. Khonsu smiled when he thought he saw an opening. Thoth closed it. Khonsu grew annoyed. Annoyance is useful. It makes the opponent predictable. Thoth did not need to cheat. He needed only to let Khonsu be himself. They played in silence for stretches, broken only by Khonsu's comments meant to distract, and Thoth's brief replies that gave nothing away. When the first game ended, Thoth had won. Khonsu stared at the board, then at Thoth, then at the sky as if the sky had betrayed him. Thoth held out his hand, and Khonsu, still laughing as if laughter could reverse a loss, gave up the agreed fraction. 1/72nd of the moon's light slipped away from the full store and went into Thoth's keeping. Nothing dramatic happened. The moon did not crack. The night did not go blind. The difference was small. That was the point. Small thefts do not trigger alarms. Khonsu demanded a second game at once. Thoth agreed. He did not gloat. Gloating makes the other party reconsider. Thoth wanted Khonsu eager and careless. The second game ended with Thoth winning again, not by luck, not by sudden miracles, but by steady pressure and better judgment. Another fraction of light changed hands. Khonsu's confidence began to curdle into stubbornness, which is a reliable way to lose repeatedly. He insisted on a third game, then a fourth. The nights passed. The games continued. Sometimes Khonsu won a round and reclaimed a fraction, and he would crow about it, voice loud enough to wake sleeping stones. Thoth would nod, accept the loss, and adjust. He allowed Khonsu to feel clever, because a satisfied opponent takes bigger risks. When Thoth won again, he collected his fraction without comment. Over time, the collection grew. Thoth did not hoard light out of vanity. He measured it. He recorded each fraction. He counted until the numbers formed a result he could use. He knew what he needed, not an ocean of stolen glow, only enough to make time slip. Khonsu finally noticed that something had changed. The moon did not shine with quite the same certainty. The night still had light, but the light felt reduced. Khonsu grew defensive and angry, and he began to accuse Thoth of trickery. Thoth listened to the accusation and then asked Khonsu to name the rule Thoth had broken. Khonsu could not. The game had been agreed upon. The stake had been set by Khonsu himself. The losses had occurred openly. Thoth had simply kept count, and count is difficult to argue with. Khonsu raged anyway. Gods rage when they cannot win with facts. Thoth waited out the rage, because rage burns energy and time, and Thoth had both on his side. When Thoth had gathered what he needed, he stood and ended the games with a calm finality. Khonsu demanded another match, desperate to recover what he had lost. Thoth declined. Khonsu tried to threaten him. Thoth looked at him with mild interest, the way a person looks at a broken tool, and Khonsu stopped. Thoth then did the clever part, the part that would insult Ra without giving Ra a clear target to strike. Thoth took the gathered light and turned it into days. Not days that belong to the calendar. Not days that belong to Ra. Days that existed beside the year, outside it, and therefore outside the curse. 5 of them. He did not announce this to Ra. He did not request permission. He did not ask the other gods to applaud his ingenuity. He simply made the 5 days exist, and existence has a stubborn quality. Once a thing exists, you can complain about it, but you cannot easily deny it. The 5 extra days settled into the flow of time and created a gap where there had been none. A secret corridor through the wall of the calendar. Thoth handed those days to Nut without ceremony. He told her what they were. He told her what they were not. They were not part of the year. Ra had forbidden her to give birth on the days of the year. These days did not belong to the year. That was all. Thoth never pretended this was mercy. He made it sound procedural, because procedure is how gods slip knives into one another without calling it violence. Nut did not waste a moment. The first of the 5 days arrived, and she gave birth to Osiris. The child came into the world with a quiet gravity that made even loud gods fall silent. Osiris carried the look of someone who would one day rule, not with fire, not with fear, but with the confidence of a judge who believes law can hold. That confidence would cost him later. Nothing in Egypt comes free for long. The gods marked his arrival and began to make plans around him, because plans gather around power, the way flies gather around a wound. The second day arrived. Nut gave birth to Horus the Elder, bright-eyed and sharp. Not the Horus who would later fight, set over a throne, not the grieving son who would carry anger in his bones, but an older presence, a god already shaped for the sky, already linked to kingship and watchfulness. His birth tasted of ambition. The other gods looked at him and began calculating what his existence would mean. Thoth watched, and his face did not change. He recorded it. A god born is a problem born, because the universe does not add power without creating conflict to match it. The third day arrived. Nut gave birth to Set. Set did not enter gently. He arrived with force and appetite, a god who would not be contained by polite borders. His existence challenged the idea that order could win forever. Some gods welcomed him because they liked what he promised. Some flinched because they recognized what he would do. Thoth did not flinch. Thoth does not fear disruption. He catalogues it. He learns its habits. He prepares counters. Still, even Thoth noted that Set's arrival increased the risk of everything that followed. A world with Osiris and Set in it does not stay calm. The fourth day arrived. Nut gave birth to Isis. Isis came with a clarity that made even other gods feel slightly exposed. She carried skill, not brute strength, not loud authority, but capability. She would learn names. She would learn hidden rules. She would use them. The other gods saw her and felt the same unease they often felt around Thoth. A clever mind changes the balance of power more reliably than a spear. Thoth's eyes lingered on her for a moment longer than they had on the others. Not admiration, recognition. Isis would not be easily fooled, and Thoth respected anyone who made deception expensive. The fifth and final day arrived. Nut gave birth to Nephthys. Quiet, often overlooked, and therefore dangerous in a different way. The gods do not always pay attention to what they consider secondary. They should. Nephthys carried the kind of presence that survives in shadows and learns what others drop. She would later stand at beds of death and keep watch. She would mourn and protect and endure. The gods greeted her with less noise. Thoth wrote her name as carefully as he wrote the others. He did not rank births by applause. That is a mortal habit and a foolish one. 5 births in 5 stolen days. Ra's curse lay on the calendar and found nothing to strike. The sun god could rage, and he would, but rage does not change definitions. He had spoken a law about the days of the year. Thoth had made days outside the year. The sun could burn the land. It could blind a river. It could scorch a priest. It could not erase a loophole that was already functioning. Ra noticed the new children at once. He felt the shift in the balance of power, because even the strongest gods feel competition the way a person feels a knife at their back. Ra demanded to know how this happened. The others looked away. None wanted to be caught endorsing the trick. Some wanted to claim credit, which is even worse. Thoth stepped forward, calm, and gave Ra the facts without apology. He said the children were born on days that did not belong to the year. He said no rule had been broken. He said he had used moonlight as currency and won it by fair play. Ra did not like any of this. But Ra also knew something that irritated him even more. Thoth had made the calendar stronger by making it more complex. The calendar could now hold the truth of what happened. It could now mark these births. It could now keep records that would last. Ra benefited from that, even when his pride protested. The consequences showed themselves in the sky. The moon shone with less power, not enough to end nights, not enough to ruin crops, but enough to remind everyone that Khonsu had paid and would keep paying. The moon god wore his loss poorly. He tried to explain it away. He blamed shadows. He blamed distance. He blamed anyone who would listen. The night did not care about his excuses. The night accepted the new amount of light and moved on. Thoth noted the change and stored the numbers. He had no interest in humiliating Khonsu further. He had already taken what he needed. Besides, Thoth knew that wounded pride creates future problems, and future problems are easiest to handle when you anticipate them. With 5 extra days, time gained a new shape. Priests would later argue about how to count them, where to place them, how to honor them. They would develop festivals. They would place offerings. They would tell stories. Some would flatter Ra by pretending he allowed it. Some would flatter Thoth by admitting he outsmarted the sun. The truth stayed fixed. Thoth had adjusted the structure of time with a wager and a steady hand. He had taken a private game and turned it into public reality. He had changed the future by shifting a number. He also set a pattern that would haunt gods and mortals alike. A clever rule can be beaten by an even cleverer interpretation. Laws do not end conflict. They shape it. You cannot stop ambition by writing it down. You only give ambition a new language. Thoth understood that better than anyone, and he did not pretend otherwise. He watched the 5 children grow into their natures, watched alliances form and fracture around them, watched Set's appetite scrape against Osiris's order, watched Isis begin to collect knowledge with a focus that would one day frighten even Ra. Thoth remained where he always remained, near the edge of power, close enough to influence outcomes, distant enough to survive when those outcomes turned bloody. He returned to his records after the births and wrote what happened in clean strokes. He recorded the wager, the fractions, the total light collected, the creation of 5 days that did not belong to the year, and the births that followed in order. He wrote the names carefully. Osiris, Horus the Elder, Set, Isis, Nephthys. Names are obligations. He made them permanent. Then he left space beside the words, blank space that belonged to silence, because every story ends somewhere, and every clever act leaves a residue that the future will scrape at with dirty hands. The hall where the gods argued did not need walls to keep sound inside. Sound stayed because pride kept it there. The floor held smooth stone and polished mud in alternating bands because even divine places needed grip, and too many feet had slid in anger. The air smelled of resin, smoke, and warm animal fat from lamps that never fully died. Offerings sat in rows near the entrances. Baskets of bread, bowls of beer, cuts of meat, fruit that bruised and darkened before anyone touched it, and jars sealed with wax, stamped by hands that wanted the stamp to matter. Voices rose. Some were thunder, and some were whispers sharpened into weapons. The gods argued over boundaries, over what belonged to whom, over which river bend counted as a gift and which counted as theft, over whether a promise spoken in anger still bound the speaker once the anger cooled. They argued over who deserved the first hymn at dawn and who deserved the last hymn at dusk. They argued over humans most of all, those small creatures who multiplied and prayed and kept getting in the way. They demanded tribute, they demanded obedience, they demanded that the world make sense and also flatter them for making it. Thoth sat near the center on a low seat that did not elevate him, because he did not need height to be noticed. He held a smooth pallet on his knees and a reed in his hand. His gaze moved constantly, taking in every face and every twitch at the corner of a mouth. He did not threaten anyone. He did not plead. He did not shout to be heard. He wrote. The sound of the reed against a prepared surface stayed soft, but it continued without interruption, and that persistence did something to the room. It reminded the loud that someone remembered. It reminded the clever that someone kept receipts. A god could roar and call it justice, but Thoth could write down the exact words, the exact claim, the exact denial, and he could place one line beside another and make contradiction visible. He did not correct anyone in the moment. He did not offer the comfort of immediate judgment. He collected statements in the order they were spoken. He recorded who swore and who hesitated. He recorded who pointed a finger first, because the first finger often belonged to the guilty. When a god tried to speak over another, Thoth noted the interruption too. That detail mattered later, when the interrupted one insisted they had been silenced, and the interrupter insisted they had simply moved the discussion forward. The court had rules, even when the gods pretended it did not. Someone had to announce the disputes. Someone had to decide who spoke first. Someone had to mark the end of an argument so the room could breathe again. Ra still sat above much of it, bright and heavy with authority, but even Ra did not want to handle every petty complaint that drifted upward. Power finds ways to avoid work, and delegation is one of them. Thoth made delegation possible. He provided structure that the other gods could lean on without admitting dependence. When two deities fought over a town's festival, Thoth asked for their claims in clear phrases and then asked whether any oath had been given. He did not ask this with warmth. He asked it with routine. Routine makes the wild seem manageable. One god would mention a promise made long ago. Another would deny it. Thoth would reach for an earlier record and read back the line, and the room would grow quieter because there it was, not a memory, not a story, but a mark that did not bend to pride. A promise written down had weight. The offender might still refuse to honor it, but refusal then carried a cost. The other gods could see the refusal. Humans could see it later. The universe, which noticed patterns even when gods pretended otherwise, could fold that refusal into the shape of future consequences. Writing became more than a tool for accounting. Thoth developed it into a system that could carry many kinds of meaning without collapsing. He built signs for sound and signs for objects and signs for ideas, and he built rules for combining them so that one line did not swallow another. He learned how to make a mark that meant water and also a mark that meant the sound that opened the word for water. And he learned when each mattered. He arranged the signs in ways that pleased the eye and still served the mind, because people obey what looks deliberate. He taught the hand to keep steady pressure so a line stayed consistent, and he taught the mind to keep steady focus so a sentence stayed accurate. He experimented with surfaces. Clay took a mark easily, but cracked in heat. Stone lasted but demanded effort, and effort made people choose their words with care. Wood carried symbols but warped and split. Papyrus, once it existed in usable form, welcomed ink and offered speed, which created new dangers. Speed allows lies to spread. Thoth did not fear that. He planned for it. He created methods for sealing a text, for stamping it, for setting witnesses beside it, for making forgery difficult and discovery likely. He created ink that clung, made from soot and gum and water, and he made red pigment too for warnings, headings, and names that needed special treatment. He made scribes learn to mix it properly so it did not smear, and he punished sloppy work with extra practice, not because he cared about aesthetics, but because a smudge could turn an oath into a loophole. Some gods complained that writing made speech less holy. Thoth listened and asked whether they meant holy or convenient. The complaint usually ended there. Speech vanished into air. Writing stayed. That difference made some of the gods angry because it reduced their ability to revise the past. They had enjoyed a world where a lie could be replaced by a louder lie. Thoth reduced that freedom without lifting a finger in violence. He simply made a record. He also understood how records could be used as weapons, and he did not pretend he was neutral. He chose what to preserve in full detail and what to summarize, and that choice was power. He could describe a god's generosity with a list of quantities and dates. He could describe a god's cruelty with exact quotes. He could let the facts speak, and facts speak sharply when placed in the right order. Some gods tried to flatter him. Some tried to intimidate him. Thoth accepted neither approach. Flattery asked him to become careless. Intimidation asked him to become afraid. He valued care more than praise, and fear more than threats. Because fear kept a mind alert. He stayed alert. The first human scribes arrived in the wake of these divine habits, because humans always copy what the gods do and then pretend it was their own invention. They watched priests move through temples, carrying pallets and rolls, marking inventories of grain, counting livestock, listing offerings, writing names of the dead so those names would continue to receive attention. Humans learned quickly that the written mark could move goods and control labor and decide who ate in a bad season. They also learned that the written mark could accuse. A priest could point to a line and call it law. A tax collector could point to a list and call it debt. A judge could point to a confession and call it guilt. Thoth watched humans take his gift and use it as expected. He did not scold them for it. Scolding does not change behavior. Structure changes behavior. So he placed certain teachings in the temples and kept other teachings restricted. He made some texts public, and he made other texts dangerous by design, requiring training, purification, and strict rules for handling. He built rituals around writing because ritual increases friction. Friction prevents the careless from reaching sharp tools. Thoth also allowed writing to carry power beyond record keeping. Words could hold spells. That did not surprise him. A spoken name already carried force in the mouths of gods. A written name could carry force across time. He experimented with this, methodical, curious. He wrote protective phrases and watched their effect on snakes that tried to enter a sanctuary. He wrote curses and watched thieves wake with pain in the joints and fear in the throat. He wrote blessings and watched a child's fever break. He did not assign moral purity to any of it. A tool remains a tool. What mattered was precision. A sloppy spell failed. A vague curse bounced back. A well-formed phrase produced a result that could be repeated, and repetition was the beginning of control. Priests began to seek him in prayer, not in the broad pleas offered to the sun or the river, but in the focused way of people who needed their hands to work correctly. They prayed for steady fingers. They prayed for clear eyes. They prayed that the signs would come out right and that the ink would not blot. They prayed for memory and for attention. They prayed that their own lies would remain hidden, though they rarely admitted it even to themselves. Thoth listened to all of it. He gave skill to the diligent. He gave mistakes to the arrogant. He did not need to punish much. Writing punished on its own by preserving errors. One day, a god approached him in the hall after a long dispute. The argument had involved a pledge, a boast made too loudly, and an outcome that had embarrassed the speaker. The god carried anger that had cooled into calculation. He spoke in a low voice and used friendly phrases. He congratulated Thoth on his order, on his service, on the calm he brought to chaos. He then asked for a favor. Not a large one, he claimed. A small correction, a line on a tablet, a sentence on a roll. The god said the record contained words spoken in a moment of heat, and that those words did not represent the god's true intent. He said the record would cause trouble in the future, and trouble helped no one, so it would be better to remove it now. He offered Thoth a gift in exchange, an offering of silver, a promise of support, a vow to praise Thoth's wisdom publicly. The god expected negotiation. The god expected Thoth to look tempted, because temptation makes the other party feel powerful. Thoth asked to see the record. The god hesitated, then produced the tablet. Thoth read the line. He read it slowly, not because he struggled, but because slowness forces the other party to hear their own words again. The line held an oath. The oath held a condition. The condition held a consequence. It was written clearly. There was no room for misunderstanding. Thoth looked up and asked whether the god had spoken these words. The god said yes, but insisted again on the heat of the moment. Thoth asked whether the god had known other gods were present. The god said yes, and began to sound annoyed. Thoth asked whether the god had understood that words spoken in court carried weight. The god said yes, and tried to laugh. Thoth asked one more question. He asked whether the god wanted the world to believe that an oath meant nothing. The god did not answer at once. Thoth placed the tablet down. He did not raise his voice. He did not insult the god. He did not threaten to expose the request. He simply stated a fact. If he removed the line, the record would become unreliable. If the record became unreliable, the court would lose its ability to hold disputes without violence. If the court lost that ability, the stronger would always win by force, and the weaker gods would suffer first. The god who requested the erasure might enjoy that for a time, but eventually someone stronger would apply the same logic to them. Thoth then added another fact, colder, more personal. If he erased one line for one god, the next request would arrive within days, and then another, and then the record would turn into a pile of self-serving revisions. Thoth did not intend to spend eternity babysitting lies. The god's friendly tone hardened. The god reminded Thoth that gods did not need scribes. The god said that Thoth's position existed only because the higher gods allowed it. The god said that the reed in Thoth's hand could be snapped. Thoth looked at the god's hand, then at the god's mouth. He then said something that landed with more force than an insult. He said that the reed was replaceable, the marks were not. The oath existed. The witnesses existed. The consequence existed. If Thoth died, someone else would still find the tablet. Someone else would still read the line. Someone else would still know what the god had promised and what the god now tried to discard. Thoth added that killing him would not remove the record. It would only prove that the god feared it. The god did not like that. The god did not have a clean answer. The god left the hall with a stiff posture and a plan to retaliate later, because gods do not forget a refusal. Thoth watched the god go and returned to his work. He made a note about the request in a private record, not the public court record. He did not do this out of spite. He did it because a god who asks for erasure once will ask again, and the second attempt might use different methods. Thoth preferred preparation over surprise. This is how writing changed the divine world. It did not make the gods kinder. It made them accountable in ways they could not easily escape. It also made them more creative in their cruelty. A god who could not erase a line could still twist interpretation. A god could argue about meaning. A god could argue about scope. A god could argue about whether a sign meant one thing or another. Thoth countered these tricks by refining the system. He introduced determinatives to clarify meaning. He established conventions. He trained scribes to recognize common deceptions. He required multiple copies stored in separate places so a single fire or a single theft would not wipe out a record. He encouraged the habit of reading aloud in court, because spoken repetition in front of witnesses created another layer of permanence. He knew that people lie most easily in private. Public statements create visible risk. Humans watched all of this with hungry eyes, because human ambition never stays small for long. Scribes rose in status. A man who could write could negotiate with officials, could record land holdings, could draft contracts, could become indispensable. Indispensable people collect enemies. Some scribes began to believe they were harmless because they did not carry weapons. That belief amused Thoth. Harmless people do not decide taxes. Harmless people do not list the names of criminals. Harmless people do not record who owes what to whom. Harmless people do not write curses on shards and hide them in the ground. Scribes could ruin lives with a single line and could rescue lives with a single correction. They could do it without lifting a hand in violence. That power attracted those who wanted control without risk, and it attracted those who wanted to serve something larger than themselves. Thoth made room for both types, and he watched which one lasted. The ones who treated writing as a toy rarely survived the consequences. The ones who treated it as a responsibility grew into something harder to break. Priests added Thoth's name to their daily rituals. They did not always love him, but they respected him. In the morning, before the first lists of offerings, they asked for accuracy. Before a funerary text was copied, they asked for clean symbols. Before a contract was sealed, they asked that the signs hold firm. They offered incense, bread, and sometimes a simple bowl of water, because not every request needed grandeur. Thoth accepted the attention without vanity. He did not need praise to do his work. He needed the system to keep functioning. He wanted words to keep their meaning. He wanted measures to stay consistent. He wanted the calendar to continue to hold. He wanted the court to avoid falling back into constant violence, not because he hated violence on moral grounds, but because violence was inefficient. It destroyed resources. It damaged the stability that made civilization possible. It forced everyone to react instead of plan. Thoth also understood a darker fact, that the priests preferred not to speak aloud. Writing outlived the writer. A spoken insult vanished. A written insult remained available for a later reader who might not share the original context. A joke written down could become a crime in a different generation. A private confession copied and stored could become leverage centuries later. A prayer could become evidence. A contract could become a chain. Thoth did not warn humans away from this. He did not give safety lectures. Humans do not listen to safety lectures anyway, not until after the damage. He simply built the tool and watched them learn the cost. So the divine court continued, day after day, dispute after dispute, law after law. Thoth sat with his reed and his palette, recording what the gods claimed and what they refused. He did not pretend neutrality, but he did insist on clarity. His marks made promises harder to abandon. His records made lies harder to sustain. His system gave humans a way to build cities that could survive beyond a single ruler's memory. It also gave rulers a way to control those cities with frightening efficiency. Thoth knew both outcomes and did not blink. He was the god of wisdom, not the god of comfort. He watched the world grow sharper and more organized, and he kept writing, because stopping would not make the world gentler. Stopping would only make it blind. Osiris was gone, and the world behaved as if it had misplaced its spine. His throne stood empty in broad daylight, polished and prepared and useless. The priests kept the lamps lit and the chants steady, because routine is what people reach for when they fear the roof will fall in. But the air carried a different weight now. The Nile still rose and fell, the grain still pushed up through mud, children still cried and laughed and grew, yet everyone felt the same absence in the order of things. A king who could be killed taught a lesson no one wanted. Set walked through that lesson with his head high. He did not whisper his claim. He did not apologize for it. He said the throne belonged to him because strength should rule, and because Osiris had failed to keep it. His followers repeated the claim until it sounded ordinary, which is how most ugly ideas survive. Horus did not start as a rival standing at the steps of the throne with soldiers behind him. He started as a child kept alive by secrecy and stubbornness. Isis did not grieve in a way that stayed private. She grieved with planning. She gathered pieces of what Set had tried to erase. She found allies who disliked Set's certainty. She used names as weapons. She used rituals as locks. She watched the sky, watched the shifting loyalties of the court, watched who offered condolences and who offered silence. In time, her son grew into a young god with a straight posture and a temper that did not cool quickly. He carried his father's claim in his blood and his mother's strategy in his mind. He did not smile much. He learned patience because impatience would have gotten him killed. When he finally stepped forward to declare himself, he did it without softness. He said the throne belonged to him because Osiris had been king, and because a murdered king does not lose his right by being murdered. He said Set could not claim victory and call it law. The court heard it, and the court did what courts always do when power is at stake. It delayed. The gods assembled to judge the case, and they arrived wearing their best reasons. Some came because they believed in order. Some came because they enjoyed conflict. Some came because they wanted to be seen choosing a side early so they could claim credit later. The hall filled with heat from lamps and the sour edge of incense burned too long. Ra sat higher than the rest, bright with irritation, because this dispute interfered with his preferred schedule. Geb, the earth, held the steadier authority of someone who had seen every argument play out on his own skin. The other gods gathered and shifted and exchanged looks that carried small bargains. Hathor watched faces and measured fear. Neith, wise and distant, did not rush to speak. Even the minor gods pressed close, because a throne fight always ends by changing the balance everywhere. They called it a trial. It was also a contest. it was also an excuse. Thoth took his place with his pallet and read, calm, alert, and already tired of everyone. He recorded the claims in clean lines. Set declared himself rightful heir by strength and by seniority. Horus declared himself rightful heir by blood and by justice. Both used words that sounded noble, and both meant something simpler. Set wanted the throne and did not want to be questioned. Horus wanted the throne and did not want to be dismissed as a child. The gods argued over definitions. What counted as kingship? What counted as inheritance? What counted as lawful combat? What counted as crime when the offender was divine? Each argument produced more arguments. They asked whether Osiris had abdicated by dying, as if dying were paperwork. They asked whether Horus was too young, as if youth were a disqualifying stain. They asked whether Set's force made him necessary, as if necessity were a crown. Thoth wrote it all down, because nothing sobers a room faster than the knowledge that its stupidity will be preserved. No one wanted to admit the real issue, which was fear. Set frightened them. Horus frightened them too, but in a different way. A young god with a legitimate claim threatens the comfortable habits of those who have learned to survive by compromise. Set threatened them with violence. Horus threatened them with consequences. Both types of fear kept the court from reaching a quick verdict, so they chose the oldest trick in a stalled judgment. They demanded proof through contests. Set welcomed contests. He trusted his body. He trusted his ferocity. He trusted that the gods would mistake intimidation for legitimacy. Horus welcomed contests too, but with less joy. He had learned to fight, yes, but he had also learned that contests rarely stay fair. A contest is a controlled environment until someone powerful decides it is not. Thoth watched the shift from legal argument to spectacle and knew exactly what it meant. The trial had stopped being about right and wrong. It had become about which candidate could survive public humiliation and private injury long enough to outlast the other. The first contests were almost polite, tests of endurance, challenges of skill. They raced, they wrestled, they performed ritual tasks meant to demonstrate fitness for rule. Set took every chance to turn these trials into a display of dominance. Horus took every chance to show that he could remain standing even when provoked. The gods watched and pretended they were impartial. They were not. Every cheering voice picked a side. Every silence picked a side. Every god who called for another contest instead of a verdict picked a side. Thoth kept recording, and his record became the only stable surface in a hall full of shifting loyalties. Then the contests turned ugly, because Set did not like slow victories. He wanted a moment where Horus broke in front of everyone. He wanted the court to see Horus as weak, as unfit, as easily damaged. Horus wanted Set exposed as a murderer who treated law as a joke. Neither outcome arrived cleanly. The gods permitted escalating cruelty because it entertained them, and because it spared them from making a decision. Thoth did not entertain himself. He watched for the moment the dispute would spill beyond repair. One day, Set proposed a boat race. It sounded simple. 2 boats, a clear course, a winner. Ra approved because it sounded decisive, and because Ra liked anything that looked organized from a distance. Horus agreed because refusing would look like fear, and fear is what Set sold. Set arrived with a boat that could smash reeds and cut water with brute force. Horus arrived with a boat built to move fast and hold its line. The race began. The crowd shouted. The water churned. Set cheated early and openly, ramming, blocking, attempting to capsize. Horus held his course and moved forward anyway. When Set realized he could not win cleanly, He tried to win by destroying the race itself. The boats collided. Wood split. A divine contest became a brawl on water. The gods cheered as if they were watching a festival performance. Thoth wrote down who interfered, who laughed, who called for restraint, and who called for more. Set proposed another contest after that, and another, each one aimed less at judgment and more at injury. He challenged Horus in ways that forced Horus to answer or look unworthy. He demanded strength tests where success depended on tolerating pain. He demanded fights where the goal was not victory, but damage that stayed visible. Horus fought back because he had no choice, and because he carried anger that needed somewhere to go. He struck Set hard enough to make Set bleed, and Set took the blood as proof that Horus could be drawn into the same violence Set enjoyed. Horus watched Set smile through pain and realized Set considered pain a kind of currency. The gods did not stop the contests. They told themselves they were letting the rightful king prove himself. They told themselves they were testing Set's claim. They told themselves many things. They were also avoiding responsibility. Thoth knew it. He wrote that down too, though not in those exact words. He wrote the details that would make that avoidance obvious to anyone reading later. The number of times the council postponed a decision. The number of new contests demanded after a clear outcome. The number of times the same gods spoke about order while encouraging disorder. At one point, the dispute turned personal in a way that left the court tense and quiet. Set tried to humiliate Horus with a kind of aggression meant to destroy Horus's claim by shame rather than by force. Set understood that kingship rested not only on blood and law, but also on perception. He wanted Horus marked as unfit in the minds of the gods. Horus resisted and retaliated, and the matter did not end cleanly. It became another argument layered onto the main one, another stain each side tried to smear across the other. The gods reacted with the fascination of people watching cruelty from a safe distance. They debated what it meant, what it proved, how it should be interpreted, and how it could be used as leverage. Thoth handled the evidence, handled the claims, handled the lies. He did not blush. He did not sermonize. He recorded. He also understood that humiliation, once introduced, never stays contained. It leaks into future violence. Isis, watching all this, made her own moves. She did not stand quietly while men and gods tore the world apart. She intervened when she saw a chance to end. Set without waiting for the court to find its spine. In one confrontation, she struck Set with direct force, and for a moment it looked as if the entire trial would end with one decisive act of vengeance. Horus reacted with fury, not because he loved Set, but because he saw his mother risking everything, and because he feared the court would use her intervention to discredit him. He shouted. He threatened. He acted like a young god trapped between personal loyalty and public necessity. The gods watched that too. Thoth watched it and recognized the pattern. The trial was teaching Horus how to be a king by teaching him how to sacrifice comfort, including the comfort of simple gratitude. As the contests continued, they began to break parts of Horus that should not have been breakable. That is what prolonged conflict does. It finds weak points through repetition. It takes what is strong and wears it down. Set, relentless, finally struck Horus in a way that changed everything. He attacked Horus's eye. The eye was not just a body part. It was a symbol of Horus's authority and Horus's perception. It represented his ability to watch, to judge, to protect. Set knew that. He tore at it with intent. The fight that followed was brutal and unrestrained, and the court did not stop it quickly because the gods wanted to see which one would fall first. When it ended, Horus staggered back with damage that showed in the way he held his head and in the way he looked at the world. His eye was injured. In some accounts, Set ripped it out entirely. In others, he damaged it beyond recognition. What mattered was the result. The injury did not heal on its own. The gods, suddenly faced with visible consequences, tried to pretend they had not encouraged this. They called for order. They called for medical skill. They called for a pause. They called for someone to fix what their indecision had allowed. They called for Thoth. Thoth approached Horus without urgency and without softness. He did not treat Horus as fragile. He treated Horus as an injured entity whose function needed restoration. He examined the damage with the same focus he used when reading a disputed line of text. He asked short questions. He demanded honesty. Horus, in pain and anger, answered as cleanly as he could. Set watched from a distance, satisfied, because he believed the injury would stand as proof that Horus could be diminished. Thoth did not argue with Set. He ignored Set. Ignoring someone who wants attention is one of the few clean punishments available in a hall full of proud beings. Thoth began the search for what had been lost. The eye, damaged or scattered, did not return as a single object that someone could simply pick up and hand back. It existed in pieces of meaning, pieces of function. This part represented sight. This part represented protection. This part represented wholeness. Thoth approached the problem the way he approached everything. He identified components. He named them. He counted them. He established what was missing and what could be recovered. Priests would later connect these parts to measures and fractions because priests always loved turning myth into instruction, but Thoth did not do it for priestly romance. He did it because counting creates control, and control creates restoration. He moved through the places where the contests had taken place. He questioned witnesses who preferred not to admit what they had seen. He tracked down gods and spirits who had pocketed fragments as trophies. He confronted those who tried to hide what they had taken by claiming it belonged to them now. He corrected them. He demanded return. Sometimes he negotiated. Sometimes he threatened. His threats did not rely on fire. They relied on record. He could name what a god had taken and when, and he could name what that god had promised in an earlier dispute, and he could place the two facts side by side until the thief realized the cost of refusal. Some returned fragments with angry faces. Some returned fragments with forced smiles. Some tried to bargain for favors. Thoth accepted only what helped the restoration. He did not pay bribes for stolen parts of a future king's integrity. When he had gathered enough, he began reconstruction. He used spells that were less about poetic language and more about function. He used names spoken with precision. He used ritual actions that aimed at binding pieces back into a coherent whole. He used his own authority as the one who had measured time and fixed calendars, because if you can alter the structure of days, you can also alter the structure of an injury. He applied his skill to Horus with the same cold care a skilled surgeon uses. The eye began to return to its proper role. Horus's sight sharpened. The pain retreated to a dull memory. The damage remained part of the story, because stories do not erase harm, but the function returned. Set watched this with new irritation. He had aimed to cripple Horus. Thoth had refused to let the crippling stand. Horus, restored enough to stand with confidence again, did not thank Thoth with tears or public declarations. He offered respect in the only way that mattered in that court. He listened when Thoth spoke. He tempered his impulses when Thoth advised restraint. He learned that winning a throne required more than winning fights. It required surviving the court, surviving the stories, surviving the long record that would outlast them all. The trial resumed, slower and nastier, because both sides had learned. Set learned that simple violence would not end the case. Horus learned that the gods would not deliver justice simply because it was deserved. The council dragged the dispute out until even immortals began to look bored, which is a particular kind of insult. Ra grew impatient and tried to force a conclusion. Then he hesitated, because Ra did not like choosing a side that might later make him look foolish. The older gods weighed tradition against fear. The younger gods weighed ambition against survival. Thoth watched the slow movement of opinion and understood that verdicts rarely arrive as sudden thunder. They arrive as exhaustion and calculation. At some point, the argument returned to the heart of the matter: Osiris. You cannot argue inheritance forever without addressing the fact that the previous king did not simply step aside. He was removed. The gods tried to treat that death as a past event that could be filed away. Horus refused. He brought Osiris's absence into the room again and again until the council had to acknowledge it. Set tried to reframe the murder as a necessary conflict, a victory, a reshaping of power. Horus called it what it was: a crime done for personal gain. The gods reacted with discomfort because admitting crime among gods threatened their belief that they stood above law. Thoth did not share that belief. He had written too many oaths to pretend they meant nothing. The council sought outside advice when it could not decide. They sent messages to a goddess known for clear judgment, asking whether kingship belonged to the son or the brother. They demanded formal statements, sealed and delivered, because formal statements allow a court to blame someone else. Thoth carried those messages and returned with responses that did not offer easy exits. The advice favored Horus. The court still hesitated, because the court feared Set's reaction. Set reacted anyway, with rage, with threats, with more challenges. He tried to force a result by making himself too dangerous to ignore. He demanded one final series of tests. He demanded public declarations. He demanded that the gods state clearly whether they considered him unfit. He wanted the court to fear him into agreement. Horus met him with controlled force. He did not retreat. He did not beg. He grew into the posture of kingship through stubborn repetition, showing the gods he would not vanish simply because they wished the problem away. Thoth worked through all of it as the only figure who remained functional while everyone else drowned in pride. He kept the record. He kept the calendar of events. He kept track of who voted and who changed their vote and who tried to pretend they had never spoken. He corrected misstatements. He clarified disputed terms. He spoke when the court veered toward total collapse. He did not do this out of kindness. He did it because without a verdict, the conflict would spill into the land forever, and without a verdict, the sun's schedule would suffer, the offerings would falter, the human world would shake. The gods could afford chaos for a while. Humans could not. Thoth knew that the stability of the human world fed the gods in the form of devotion and ritual. A long divine feud made temples uncertain and made prayers confused. Confused prayer did not flatter the gods. Even selfish gods understood that. The verdict finally arrived in fragments before it arrived in full. More gods spoke openly in Horus's favor. More gods began to treat Set's claim as a problem rather than an option. More gods remembered Osiris's kingship with nostalgia, and nostalgia influences judgment more than anyone likes to admit. Set's supporters grew quieter. Set himself did not become humble. He became dangerous in a sharper way, because losing without acceptance creates desperate acts. The court prepared for another violent outburst. Thoth forced the moment of conclusion with the only tool that worked in that room. He made the decision official by writing it as law. He gathered the final statements. He recorded the council's determination that Horus would be king. He recorded the reasons given, the lineage, the legitimacy, the restoration of order. He recorded Set's objections and the fact that those objections did not change the outcome. He inscribed the verdict in a form that could be repeated in temples and cited in disputes. He made it part of the structure of governance. A spoken verdict could be challenged. A written verdict could be copied, distributed, preserved. It could be taught. It could become reality through repetition. Set did not accept the decision with grace. Set never accepted anything with grace. He protested. He threatened. He promised revenge. He demanded compensation. The court offered him roles, territories, privileges, anything that might keep him from tearing everything apart. Thoth recorded those concessions too, because concessions become traps when forgotten. Horus took the throne not as a boy who had won a fight, but as a king who had survived a trial designed to break him. His eye, restored, became a sign used in offerings and protection, and the memory of its damage remained a warning. The gods had nearly ruined their own order because they enjoyed delay and conflict. Thoth's record ensured that no one could pretend it had been clean. The hall emptied slowly. The lamps burned lower. The offerings sat uneaten until priests carried them away, because even gods lose appetite after long arguments. Thoth stayed a moment longer, looking at the marks he had made. He did not smile. He did not sigh. He simply checked the final lines for accuracy, because accuracy was the only form of mercy he consistently offered. Then he sealed the record and stored it where theft would be difficult. A verdict is only useful if it survives. A dead person arrives without ceremony, no trumpet, no welcoming committee. Breath stops, the body cools, and whatever remains of the self steps forward into a passage that does not care about status, strength, or excuses. The first thing the dead notice is that the dark has rules. Torches burn with a steady flame that does not flicker in drafts, because there is no wind here that belongs to weather. The floor stays firm underfoot, and it does not forgive hesitation. The air carries the scent of resin and old incense, and underneath that, something sharper, the smell of fear that has been breathed out by countless mouths and never fully cleared. The dead walk because standing still changes nothing. Ahead, the passage opens into a hall so wide that the voice would echo if anyone dared to shout, and most do not. The place has pillars, carved surfaces, and ordered space, because even beyond death, the Egyptians build as if permanence is a duty. This is the Hall of Two Truths. The name does not reassure anyone. It suggests that one truth is not enough, and it warns that lies will meet more than one kind of judgment. Anubis waits near the center, jackal-headed, precise, and unsentimental. He does not smile. He does not threaten either. He performs his role with the calm of someone who has never expected fairness from anyone. He gestures for the dead to come closer, and the dead obey because refusal is pointless. Across the hall, a tribunal sits, and the dead can feel eyes on them before they can make out faces. Some accounts give the number as 42, and it is a satisfying number for bureaucracy, large enough to exhaust the guilty and specific enough to frighten the innocent. Each assessor holds a function. Each has a name that points toward a particular kind of failure. A person can tell themselves they lived a decent life, then look up at a row of judges whose job is to catch very specific forms of cruelty, and suddenly the word decent starts to look thin. Farther still, Osiris sits in judgment, green-faced, composed, wrapped in the signs of kingship and death, attended by Isis and Nephthys, steady as witnesses who will not be bribed. The dead see him and feel the old human reflex to bargain with authority. Some try immediately. It does not help. This court does not run on flattery. It runs on a measurement. The scale stands where the room's attention naturally falls. The apparatus looks simple, which is always how serious instruments present themselves. Two pans, a central beam, a point of balance that does not care about tears. On one side waits a feather, the feather of Ma'at, the principle of truth, order, and correct measure. It is not a symbol here. It is an object with weight and purpose. On the other side will go the heart, because the Egyptians do not treat the heart as a decoration. The heart is the seat of intent. The heart remembers what the mouth tries to revise. The dead approach and feel their own heart, as if it suddenly weighs more than it did a moment ago. Near the scale, Thoth sits with his palette and reed, ibis-headed, watchful, and exact. His presence does not promise comfort. His presence promises documentation. He does not argue with Anubis. He does not advise the dead. He simply prepares to record what happens. If a soul passes, the record will say so. If a soul fails, the record will say so. There will be no missing line to hide behind. There will be no smudged mark that allows interpretation. The dead see Thoth and recognize a particular kind of danger, the danger of being understood clearly. Amut waits too. The devourer does not stand at attention like a guard. Amut waits the way hunger waits, patient because time here does not belong to the living. Part crocodile, part lion, part hippopotamus, built from creatures that do not negotiate. Amut does not need to speak. Amut is the consequence that requires no moral speech. The dead look at Amut and try to convince themselves that they will not feed that mouth. Some are right, many are not. The dead turn back to the assessors and do what the ritual demands. They speak their declarations, not a confession of what they did, but a denial, a list of crimes they insist they did not commit. The words come out in a formal rhythm. I did not steal. I did not kill unjustly. I did not cheat in the marketplace. I did not abuse power. I did not cause hunger. I did not lie in court. The list continues, and the dead person tries to hold the statement steady, because a wavering voice can sound like guilt, even when guilt is absent. Each denial is directed to an assessor whose job is to care about that particular sin. The process forces specificity. General goodness does not impress this court. Only details do. The dead, whether they were farmers or scribes or soldiers or priests, all learn the same lesson. A life contains more choices than the living admit. Some choices were made quickly. Some were made slowly and defended for years. Here, they all line up and demand accounting. Thoth listens to every word without expression, and he writes. The reed moves, the ink holds. He records the denials as they are spoken, not because the denials alone decide the outcome, but because the ritual matters. The words reveal what the speaker believes counts as wrongdoing. They also reveal what the speaker hopes the court will overlook. A clever liar may tailor the denials, emphasizing the sins they truly avoided and skating over the ones they enjoyed. Thoth notices. He has always noticed. He has watched gods attempt to change records and humans attempt to change reputations, and he has never been impressed by performance. His work is not to be impressed. His work is to keep the structure intact. When the dead finish the denials, Anubis steps forward again and takes the heart. The act is ritual, not surgery. The heart appears in the scale pan with the certainty of a rule. The dead do not get to argue about whether it is their heart. It is. They feel it. Their chest does not ache, but their sense of self tightens. In life, people pretend they can carry contradictions without cost. In death, contradictions become weight. Anubis adjusts the scale with careful hands. The feather lies in its pan, clean and undamaged. Thoth leans forward slightly, ready to write the result, and the dead person experiences a cold moment of clarity. They cannot charm their way out of this. They cannot intimidate the scale. They cannot offer the feather a bribe. The balance begins to move. Sometimes the shift is immediate. Sometimes it is slow. The dead watch the beam, and every small movement feels personal. A heart heavy with cruelty does not just weigh more. It pulls downward with certainty. A heart that lived with restraint, that acted with fairness, often enough that intent stayed clean, holds closer to Mahat's measure. The judgment is not about perfection. Perfection does not exist among the living. The judgment is about alignment. Did the person's intent, when measured without excuses, hold to truth and order often enough to matter? People who lived by exploiting others usually discover that exploitation has mass. People who lived by routine decency discover that decency shows up too, even when they never gave it a name. Thoth writes as the scale moves, recording not only the outcome but the fact of the measurement. He marks that the feather was present. He marks that the heart was placed correctly. He marks that the beam settled. This is the part that frightens many souls more than Amut. Amut ends you. Thoth preserves you, not as you wished you were, but as you were measured. The dead learn that reputation is not the same thing as record. In life, a person can be praised for generosity while hiding cruelty at home. In life, a person can be feared into being called righteous. Here, the scale does not respond to public approval. It responds to what you did when no one watched, to what you chose when you thought there would be no consequences, to what you told yourself when you decided to hurt someone and then slept anyway. The dead can feel the court's attention in a hard, steady way. This is not emotional judgment. It is administrative. It is also final. Some souls pass. The beam settles in balance or close enough that the court accepts the result. Anubis nods. Osiris remains composed because Osiris has seen thousands of these, and he does not waste expression. Thoth writes the acceptance, and the dead person feels a strange mix of relief and humiliation. Relief, because they will not be devoured. Humiliation, because the relief does not come from being praised. It comes from meeting a minimum requirement enforced by cosmic order. The approved soul is allowed to proceed, to join the fields of the blessed, to continue in a form that does not involve hunger and fear as daily companions. Some describe it as a reward. Others describe it as a continuation of work. Either way, the soul moves on, and the hall does not celebrate. The hall processes the next case. Some souls fail. The beam tips, the heart drops, the feather rises. The difference can be small or huge, but any clear imbalance is enough. The dead person tries to speak. Many try to plead. Some curse. Some promise they will do better. Some demand a second measurement, as if this were a marketplace dispute. Anubis does not argue. Osiris does not bargain. The assessors do not need to shout. Amut steps forward and does what Amut does. The devouring is not a punishment delivered in anger. It is a function. A heart that cannot align with Maat does not move forward into a structured afterlife. It ends. The soul is not tortured forever. It is erased. That is the terror. People fear pain, but they fear disappearance more. Thoth records the failure and the devouring, and the dead person's name may still be spoken by relatives on earth for a time, but the soul itself does not continue in the form it hoped for. The record remains. The person does not. The irony of this hall is that it was designed to stabilize a society full of corruption and fear. Egypt had courts, contracts, taxes, labor demands, royal decrees, and a long history of people pretending to be better than they were. The Hall of Two Truths made a promise that human courts could not. It claimed that hidden actions would be weighed. It claimed that intent mattered. It claimed that lying successfully in life did not secure success after death. This promise did not end wrongdoing. Nothing ends wrongdoing. But it raised the cost. It also gave ordinary people a framework for judging their own lives. When a farmer decided whether to cheat a neighbor, the farmer could picture a scale. When a scribe decided whether to alter a record for a bribe, the scribe could picture Thoth writing down the act. When a noble decided whether to demand more grain from a starving village, the noble could picture Amut. Some ignored these pictures and did what they wanted. Many paused, and pausing sometimes changes the outcome. Thoth did not need to preach this. The system spoke for him. Thoth's role in this hall never softened. He did not become kinder because the dead arrived frightened. He did not become crueler because the guilty arrived defiant. He held a consistent posture. He sat, watched, and wrote. He worked beside Maat's feather, beside Anubis's hands, beside Osiris's judgment, and he made the outcome legible. Legibility is a form of power. It allows order to persist. It also allows shame to persist. A person who passes does not receive a flattering story as a prize. They receive a clear record that they were measured and found acceptable. A person who fails does not get to claim misunderstanding. They receive a clear record that they were measured and found wanting. For a god, this is not emotional. For a human soul, it is everything. There is a detail that matters, and it is not the scale itself. It is the act of being listened to. The negative declarations force the dead to speak about their own behavior in direct language. I did not do this. I did not do that. The process strips away the stories people tell themselves to make wrongdoing sound necessary or harmless. The dead can no longer hide behind phrases such as "everyone does it" or "I had no choice" or "it was not my fault." The assessors do not accept vague defenses. They require specific denials. If a person cannot say the denial without choking on it, the court hears that too. Thoth hears it most of all. He listens with the calm attention he used in divine disputes, and the soul realizes something unpleasant. Someone knows. Not in the broad way people say the gods know everything, but in a narrow, accurate way. Someone knows what you meant when you did it. Someone knows what you tried to pretend you meant. That knowledge is not shouted, it is written down. The living often picture judgment as drama. They imagine shouting, pleading, grand speeches, thunder, mercy granted at the last second. The Egyptian judgment is more bureaucratic than that, and this is why it scares. It treats moral failure as a measurable imbalance, not as entertainment. It treats justice as a procedure that cannot be charmed. It treats the human soul as an entry in a ledger, which is insulting if you believe you are unique and comforting if you fear randomness. Thoth sits at the center of that insult and that comfort. His record makes the procedure durable. If you wanted your wrongs to be forgotten, this is the worst possible arrangement. If you wanted your quiet decency to be counted, even when no one praised you, this is the best. When the dead leave the hall, one way or the other, Thoth does not follow. He stays. Another soul arrives. The torches keep burning. Anubis keeps moving with practiced precision. The assessors keep their gaze steady. Osiris keeps his composure. Amut keeps waiting. The structure continues, and Thoth's reed continues its small, steady work. He has written kingship verdicts and calendar reforms and oaths spoken by gods who thought themselves above consequence, and he writes the fate of ordinary souls with the same discipline. That is his authority. Not kindness, not cruelty, accuracy. A rumor entered Memphis and did not leave. It moved through colonnades and courtyards, through market stalls and temple kitchens, through the places where priests kept their mouths closed and the places where servants did not bother trying. It said there was a book, not a hymn book, not a funerary text copied 100 times until the words became ordinary. This was a single work that could not be made harmless by repetition. The rumor said Thoth wrote it himself with his own hand, not as a gift, not as a lesson, but as a contained thing, kept away from those who would use it badly, and kept away from those who would use it well and still pay the cost. The rumor also said a man could read it and command animals, water, and sky, and could see the gods without being blinded. The rumor did not say what the book would do in return. Rumors rarely include the price. They focus on the prize because that is how they recruit the foolish and the hungry. The man who listened hardest was Setna Kaimwaset, a prince by birth and a scholar by habit, the kind of person who could not walk past an inscription without wanting to know whether the scribe had made an error. He lived surrounded by comfort and still felt restless, because comfort does not satisfy the mind that wants doors opened. Setna knew the temple libraries and the training of the scribes. He could read what most men could not, and could pronounce names that most mouths mangled. Priests respected him and worried about him, because knowledge in a royal body creates problems. Setna took the rumor seriously the way he took everything seriously, with a focused attention that made people step aside. He questioned scribes who pretended ignorance. He questioned grave workers who claimed they remembered nothing. He questioned priests who tried to redirect him towards safer studies. He offered gifts. He offered threats. He offered the quiet pressure of royal authority that did not need shouting. The rumor sharpened into details. The book lay in the necropolis. It rested with a long-dead prince named Nanefakapta, a man who had stolen the book first and had been punished in a way that made even seasoned mourners lower their eyes. The book had been buried with him because it could not be destroyed, and because no one wanted to touch it again. Setna went to the necropolis at night, because he did not want a procession, and he did not want witnesses who might later claim they warned him. He took a small group, men who could keep silent and who knew better than to ask moral questions to a prince who had already decided. The desert air sat heavy on the skin. Torches burned. Sand shifted underfoot. The tomb entrances looked like mouths forced shut. Setna moved between them with steady steps, reading names, checking markings, confirming the map in his head against the stone in front of him. When he found the tomb, he did not hesitate. The seals had been broken before. Grave robbers had tested every resting place in Egypt. This tomb, however, still carried a different kind of warning. Old spells clung to the doorway. The air tasted wrong. Setna ordered the entrance cleared anyway. Men pulled stone aside. Dust rose. The passage opened. The darkness inside waited with the patience of something that had outlasted stronger men than these. Setna entered first because he believed leadership meant never letting fear be seen behind him. His men followed, slower, less certain. Their sandals scuffed the floor, and the sound seemed louder than it should have been. The tomb held a chamber with a shrine and a sarcophagus, and it held something else too. A presence, not a living guard, not a simple spirit, a deliberate arrangement of protection that had been built to keep the book where it was. Setna saw the first sign when torchlight struck movement. Serpents, not one or two, more, coiled near chests and boxes set deep in the chamber. Their bodies looked too smooth, their eyes too alert. A snake lifted its head and watched Setna without the dullness of an animal. Another slid across the floor, with a speed that made one of Setna's men flinch and nearly drop his torch. Setna did not step back. He spoke words learned from temple instruction, words that bound and limited, words that told a creature it could not cross a certain line. The snakes paused. Setna continued. He spoke again. The snakes lowered their heads. He did not smile. He did not boast. He worked. His men watched with relief and fear mixed together, because they could see the prince had more than curiosity. He had preparation. That preparation did not guarantee safety. It simply meant he would reach danger faster. Setna ordered the chests opened. The first chest was sealed and heavy. It resisted, then yielded. Inside was another. That one held another. Wood, copper, stone, each layer designed to slow a thief, each layer designed to make the thief feel they were earning the prize through effort. Setna's men sweated and grunted. Their hands shook. They did not like the sound of metal scraping on stone in a tomb full of snakes and silence. Setna kept giving calm instructions. He treated the whole thing as an inventory problem. Open this. Move that. Do not damage the seal. Do not spill the contents. When the last chest opened, the book lay inside, wrapped, protected, and still somehow exposed, because a written work that powerful does not sit quietly. It made the air feel charged. It made the torch flames burn steadier and hotter. Setna reached for it with both hands. The moment he touched it, the snakes reacted. One surged forward. Setna snapped a word of command. The snake stopped a handspan from his foot, trembling with force it could not release. He lifted the book and held it close. A voice spoke from the sarcophagus. It was not a groan. It was not a vague whisper. It was clear enough to carry anger without needing volume. The dead prince Naneferkapta addressed Setna by name and told him to put the book down and leave. Setna turned toward the sarcophagus and answered politely, because even a stubborn thief can have manners. He said he had come for the book. He said he would take it. He offered to copy it and return it, as if copying could make the original less dangerous, and as if returning it would undo what he planned to do with what he read. Naneferkapta laughed once, a short sound with no warmth. He told Setna the story Setna should have asked for before entering. Naneferkapta said he had once been like Setna. He had wanted what the book promised. He had found it. He had taken it. He had read it. And the cost had arrived with perfect order. Naneferkapta described the theft without pleading for sympathy. He spoke as someone reporting facts that no longer needed emotion. He said he had gone with his wife Awer and their child, not because he lacked courage, but because he believed he could share triumph with family. He said they had reached the place where the book was kept, guarded by serpents and by the kind of protection that does not care how noble a thief thinks he is. He said they overcame the guards. He said they took the book. He said he read the first spell and learned to understand the speech of animals. And the animals spoke without reverence because animals do not respect titles. He said he read the second spell and could see the gods moving and speaking. And he saw what most humans do not, that divine attention is not always kind. He said he felt stronger, smarter, more capable than any man had a right to feel. Then he said the punishment arrived. His child died first, taken by water. Awer tried to save the child and died too. Naneferkapta retrieved their bodies because he refused to accept loss. He carried them back, believing he could use the book to reverse the outcome. The book did not offer that. It offered knowledge, not mercy. Naneferkapta returned to Egypt carrying the dead, and then he died as well, because the theft had not been forgiven, and because the world had not agreed to his terms. He ended, sealed in the tomb with the book buried with him, as if burial could stop the appetite of the living. Setna listened to all of this and felt only a brief chill. He did not show it. He said Naneferkapta's story was unfortunate. He then said it would not happen to him. He believed the difference between a doomed man and a successful man was personal skill. This belief ruins people daily. It ruins kings. It ruins priests. It ruins scholars. It ruins anyone who thinks fate is what happens to others. Nanafakapta gave him one final warning. He said the book always collects payment. If Setna stole it, Setna would return it, one way or another. Setna responded with a calm refusal. He ordered his men to finish the work and leave. They left with the book. The snakes, constrained by Setna's words, did not strike. The tomb closed behind them, but the warning did not remain inside. Setna brought the book to his house, shut the doors, and dismissed everyone. He did not want witnesses. He did not want interruptions. He wanted the experience to belong to him alone. He unwrapped the book with careful hands, because a person can be reckless with consequences and still respect craft. The writing on the pages looked clean and precise. It did not look ancient in the way humans expect ancient things to look. It looked intentional, as if time had not been allowed to touch it. Setna began to read. He spoke the words aloud, because written spells do not always activate in silence. He pronounced each sign with exactness. He refused to stumble. He felt the first effect quickly. Animals nearby reacted. A dog lifted its head and listened. Birds outside shifted on their perches. Setna kept reading. He reached the first spell that allowed understanding of animal speech, and he tested it at once. He called for a servant to bring a cat. The servant hesitated, then obeyed. The cat arrived, annoyed, and Setna spoke to it. The cat answered, not with reverence, but with an impatient truth about hunger and comfort and preference. Setna laughed, delighted and offended at the same time. He asked more questions. The cat answered with simple honesty and then tried to leave. Setna stopped it because he had gained a new power and wanted immediate proof of control. The cat resisted with its claws. Setna let it go, irritated. He then realized something. He could understand animals. He could not make them respect him. This bothered him more than it should have. He read further. The next spells promised command of water and sky. Setna tested them too. He poured water into a bowl and spoke a phrase. The water moved, not by chance, but by direct response. It rose and fell at his instruction. He looked at it and felt satisfaction tighten his chest. He stepped outside and spoke another phrase. Wind shifted. Dust moved. The air cooled. He felt the new ability settle in his body, and with it came a quiet arrogance. He could do what others could not. He could enforce his will on elements that usually ignored human wants. He returned inside and read more. Then the book began to answer back in a way Setna did not expect. The knowledge did not sit politely in his mind. It pushed. It demanded application. It made ordinary duties feel small. Temple rituals felt slow and repetitive. Court life felt shallow. Conversation with other scholars felt dull because they did not know what he now knew. Setna began to withdraw. He still attended gatherings, still spoke when required, still wore his status correctly, but his attention stayed elsewhere. He could not stop thinking about the next spell. He could not stop imagining what else the book might unlock. He began to treat people as obstacles between him and reading time, and he began to treat his own body as a tool to keep awake. Sleep became a nuisance. Food became an interruption. He grew thinner. His eyes sharpened. His temper shortened. Those close to him noticed, and they kept quiet, because speaking against a prince rarely ends well. The punishment did not arrive in one clean blow. It arrived through distortion. Setna went to the river one day and watched a group of children playing near the water. One of them fell. The others shouted. Setna moved at once, because he had power and believed power should solve problems. He spoke. Words meant to still the water. The water stilled. The child did not rise. Setna stepped closer, irritated, and then saw that the child was not a stranger. It was his own son. The scene made no sense, because his son had been safe at home. Setna reached into the river and pulled the body out. He felt the weight, the limpness, the slick water on skin. His mind tried to reject it as impossible. His hands did not care about impossible. They held what they held. People screamed. Setna shouted for help. He carried the body toward home, and as he moved, the street around him shifted. The houses looked wrong. The faces looked unfamiliar. His own servants did not recognize him. He reached his doorway and found strangers there. He demanded entrance. They refused. He pushed past them and went inside, and inside he found his house arranged differently. He found his wife in grief, and she stared at him with hatred, as if he had caused the death directly. Setna tried to speak and could not find the right words. He reached for a spell, because spells had become his first response. He spoke. Nothing changed. The book's power did not undo what the book's curse had arranged. Then the scene broke, and Setna found himself back by the river with his son alive and laughing nearby, splashing in shallow water and looking at Setna as if his father had lost his mind. Setna stood there, shaking with anger and fear. He had been shown a death that had not happened, yet the panic in his body was real. The humiliation was real. He returned home and tried to pretend nothing was wrong. He could not. The experience had marked him. It had taught him that the book could use his own mind against him. It could create visions that forced him to feel consequences before they occurred. It could remove the comfort of certainty. It could make him doubt what he saw. A man who cannot trust his senses is easy to control, and Setna understood that with growing dread. The visions continued. They targeted what Setna cared about, and they did it without subtlety. He saw his wife taken from him in scenes that changed each time, sometimes by illness, sometimes by accusation, sometimes by a sudden act of violence that he could not prevent even when he had spells on his tongue. He saw his children lost. He saw himself disgraced in court, laughed at by the very scholars who had once feared his intelligence. He saw himself alone with the book in an empty house, still reading, still hungry for more, still unable to stop. He woke from these experiences sweating, furious, convinced he could outsmart them if he stayed calm. He read more because he believed more knowledge would protect him. That was the trap. The more he read, the deeper the book's influence sank into his life. At last, the dead Prince Naneferkaptah appeared to him again, not in the tomb, but in a moment when Setna had hoped he was alone. Setna had fallen asleep over the text and woke to find the room colder and the lamplight steadier. Naneferkaptah stood there with the calm of a man who no longer expected to be believed. He told Setna the visions would not stop. He told Setna the book had been stolen, and stolen things demand return. Setna tried to threaten him. The threat sounded foolish even as it left his mouth. Naneferkaptah did not react. He said Setna could keep the book for a time. He could enjoy its spells and its power. The payment would not be optional. It would arrive through what Setna valued most, because the book punished through attachment. Naneferkaptah then gave Setna one piece of advice, the only helpful thing he had offered since the beginning. He told Setna to return the book, while Setna still had enough of himself left to do it willingly. Setna did not return it immediately. He argued with himself. He negotiated with his own fear. He tried to find a way to keep the knowledge and avoid the cost. That is a common human hobby. It fails. His life began to fray in ordinary ways too. He snapped at servants. He ignored duties. He frightened his wife with his distracted intensity. He looked at his children and felt not comfort but a sharp worry that the book would use them again. The worry made him distant. The distance made them fearful. The fear made his house colder than any curse needed to make it. Setna realized he was already paying. Not in a dramatic single scene, but in the slow erosion of relationships. Knowledge had made him less present, less patient, less capable of ordinary affection. He began to understand what Nanefakapta meant. The payment was not always death. Sometimes it was the loss of normal life. When Setna finally went back to the tomb, he went at dawn, not because he wanted light, but because he no longer cared about secrecy. He carried the book wrapped in cloth and held it as if it might bite. He brought offerings, not because he believed offerings would erase theft, but because he knew ritual matters in Egypt, and he wanted every possible guard against more chaos. He entered the necropolis with fewer men this time. His voice sounded different. It carried less confidence. He reached the tomb, opened it, and descended. The snakes were still there. They watched him. They did not need to strike. Setna approached the sarcophagus and called out to Nanefakapta. He spoke with a controlled tone and admitted he had come to return what he took. Nanefakapta answered from within the stone, and the answer carried no triumph. It carried only expectation. Setna placed the book back into the chest. He sealed the chest. He restored each layer, box within box, as it had been. He did this carefully because he wanted the book contained, and because he had learned that careless handling invites further harm. The moment the book settled into its place, Setna felt a shift. The pressure in his mind loosened. The obsessive hunger eased. The silence in the tomb did not become friendly, but it became less hostile. Nanefakapta spoke again and demanded more than the book's return. He demanded the return of his wife and child, not in flesh, but in proper burial, in proper placement beside him, so the family would rest together rather than remain scattered by the consequences of the first theft. Setna agreed. He carried out the task. He retrieved the bodies where they had been kept. He returned them. He arranged them. He sealed the tomb again. Each action felt like repairing damage that should never have happened. He did not feel redeemed. He felt exhausted. The book had taught him a clearer truth than any lecture could. Knowledge that large does not behave like a trophy. It behaves like a responsibility that punishes the irresponsible. Thoth did not appear in the tomb with a dramatic entrance. He did not need to. Thoth rarely announces himself when the outcome is already determined. Still, Setna felt the god's presence in a way he could not mistake. It arrived as the sensation of being observed without threat, the sensation of being evaluated with accuracy. Setna looked toward the darkness between the chests and the walls, and for a moment he imagined the ibis-headed god seated there with a reed and palette, recording Setna's choices without comment. Setna understood then that Thoth had not written the book to tempt mortals. Thoth wrote it because writing exists, and the most powerful writing will always attract theft. Thoth contained it, and he let the book enforce its own boundaries. He did not forbid knowledge. He charged for it. The charge was not a coin. The charge was consequence. Setna left the tomb and returned to his life. He kept his status. He kept his wealth. He kept his family. Yet he did not return unchanged. He carried memory of the visions in his body, and memory changes behavior when a person is honest about it. He became more cautious in his ambition, not less ambitious. Caution and ambition often live in the same mind. He treated the temple texts with more respect, not because he feared priests, but because he understood that some words do not forgive carelessness. He watched younger scholars with a sharper eye, the ones who wanted shortcuts and secret power. He did not tell them the whole story. People rarely learn through stories they did not live, but he did place obstacles in their path. He encouraged slower study. He insisted on discipline. He made the easy theft of knowledge more difficult. because he now understood that difficulty can be a form of protection. The Book of Thoth remained where it belonged, buried and guarded, not because humans stopped wanting it, but because the story of Setna traveled and did some of the guarding on its own. A whispered tale can deter as effectively as a locked door, at least for those who listen. The ones who do not listen always exist. They always will. Thoth knows that too. He built a world where writing holds power, and he also built a world where power attracts misuse. He does not panic about it. He records it. He allows payment to arrive when payment is due. He makes sure the lesson stays available for the next person who thinks they can take a god's knowledge and keep it without consequence. The temples kept changing their paint, but the habit stayed. A priest dipped a reed into ink and wrote Thoth's name at the top of a list, because lists ran the country as surely as kings did. In the markets, weights clinked on scales, and merchants argued over measures. And somewhere in the background stood the quiet idea that correct counting mattered. Scribes trained boys to hold their wrists steady and to copy without vanity, and they prayed to Thoth with the practical desperation of people who knew a single smudge could ruin a contract or condemn a man. Thoth did not need statues to remain present. He lived in every line that refused to fade. Foreign tongues arrived, and they did not ask permission. Greeks walked into Egypt with confidence and curiosity, naming things as if naming were ownership. They found Thoth and recognized a familiar job: messenger, interpreter, keeper of records. They called him Hermes, and then improved the mistake by making it useful. Temples became libraries of mixed language. Priests who once wrote only in sacred signs now learned new letters, faster to scratch, easier to spread. Thoth did not protest the new symbols. He had never cared about the shape of a mark as much as its accuracy. He cared that meaning survived travel. Some men wanted more than accuracy. They wanted secret authority. They gathered in rooms with smoke and careful voices and spoke about Thoth as if he were a private mentor rather than a god with his own interests. They called him thrice great, as if adding titles could make their rituals work better. They wrote treatises about stars, metals, and the structure of the body. And they claimed the knowledge came from him. Sometimes it did. More often it came from their own hunger dressed in borrowed holiness. Thoth watched them anyway. He watched the ones who sought understanding and the ones who sought dominance. And he recorded their outcomes in the only way he ever recorded anything, by letting consequences attach to actions. Years became centuries. Centuries became a long procession of rulers who wanted their names carved deeper than the previous rulers. Libraries grew. Libraries burned. New texts replaced old ones, and old ones survived in copies hidden in jars and walls. Thoth remained the patron of every person who tried to preserve a thought against decay. Astronomers charted the sky and pretended their patience was purely scientific. Alchemists heated metal and pretended their greed was spiritual. Bureaucrats stamped papyrus and pretended they served justice rather than power. Thoth did not correct their stories. He simply stayed present, because writing makes presence durable. Somewhere, a young scribe looked at an empty page and hesitated, then began, and the first clean line of ink made the world slightly more ordered and slightly more dangerous. That was always the bargain. Thoth accepted it. He always had. Good evening, and welcome back to Dreamoria. Tonight, we're stepping into the long, dramatic story of the Ottoman Empire. How did a small frontier beylik on the edge of Byzantium grow into a world power that ruled for centuries, stretching across 3 continents? What held it together through wars, palace intrigue, shifting alliances, and moments of real brilliance? And what finally caused it to unravel after standing at the center of global politics for so long? We'll follow the Ottomans from their early rise and sweeping conquests to the height of their power under great sultans, and then into the slower, complicated decline shaped by reform, rebellion, and the pressures of a changing world. It is a story of ambition and administration, faith and strategy, culture and conflict, and a capital city that watched history pass through its gates. As always, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from, and what time is it for you? If you like these stories, please like and subscribe. This is the easiest way to support this channel. Whether you're settling in to rest or just looking for a calm way to travel through the past, I'm glad you're here. Now, let's begin. On the 29th of October 2023, Turkey marked 100 years since the Republic declared itself new and modern, born from the wreckage of an older order. That date carries a quiet accusation. It asks how a state that ruled for more than 6 centuries collapsed into hunger, occupation, and emergency councils, then re-emerged with a different flag. To answer that, we need to start with the story about the movement. Picture cold wind scraping over grass that seems to go on forever. Horses breathe hard in the dark. Leather saddles creak. A man's hand closes around a bow grip, polished by sweat. Somewhere behind him, women feed a fire with dried dung. The flame burns low and steady and smells like survival. These early Turks did not dream of Istanbul. They followed pasture and pressure. They drifted west over generations, pushed by rival tribes, pulled by opportunity, and shaped by the hard mathematics of grass and water. Then they met something older, heavier, and richer than anything on the steppe. By the 11th century, the Seljuk Turks stood at the edge of the Byzantine world. Byzantium still called itself Rome, still held court rituals that smelled of incense and authority, still imagined itself as the center of Christian power in the East. But empires can rot while the paint remains fresh. In 1071, at Manzikert, the Seljuks under Alp Arslan struck the Byzantines hard enough to change the rules of the game. Byzantine Emperor Romanos IV walked into the fight expecting obedience from his commanders. He got betrayal and panic instead. The Seljuks won, and the shockwave opened Anatolia to Turkish conquest and settlement. In Anatolia, you can hear empire in small details. You hear it in a market where the language shifts at each stall. You hear it in the prayers muttered in a different tongue. You hear it in the rhythm of taxes and in the way a farmer's shoulders tense when a rider appears on the road. After Manzikert, Anatolia began to fill with Turkic warbands, families, and holy men. They did not arrive as a single nation. They came as rival groups, each trying to carve out a place. They fought Byzantines, but they also fought each other. Power looked like a fortified hill and a good marriage alliance. Faith looked like a preacher who could make fear feel holy. 2 centuries later, the Seljuk order in Anatolia weakened and cracked. The Mongol pressure from the east slammed into the region and left fractures that never fully healed. Out of those fractures rose small principalities. Beys ruled from rough fortresses, surrounded by men who valued raid and reward. This is where the Ottomans enter the story, not as inevitable emperors, but as one more hungry household in a crowded room. The founder, Osman, sits at the center of a problem every historian hates. We want a clean origin story, a neat hero, a clear beginning. But Osman lives behind fog. The sources that describe him arrived late, polished by propaganda and piety, written by people who needed a founder to look like destiny. Even his name becomes a kind of brand. Later writers wrap him in dreams and prophecies because an empire prefers a sacred birth. So strip away the legend, and what remains still matters. Osman likely led a small frontier community in northwestern Anatolia around the end of the 13th century. He faced Byzantines whose defenses had thinned, whose frontier garrisons sometimes went unpaid, whose local lords negotiated as much as they fought. Osman's men moved fast. They rode out at dawn. They carried simple gear, not courtly finery. They attacked where walls looked tired, where defenders felt alone. They took animals, grain, captives, and prestige. And here, the first irony begins to form. The Ottomans did not rise by building a polished bureaucracy first. They rose by perfecting a frontier style of violence, then learning how to turn that violence into administration. A raid gives you loot once. A tax system feeds your army every year. The transformation from raiders to rulers becomes the true early conquest. Osman's son Orhan pushed that transformation further. Under Orhan, the Ottomans grabbed Bursa and made it more than a prize. They made it a seat. You can imagine the change in texture immediately. The rough wool cloak meets silk. Coins clink in a market instead of being buried in a saddlebag. Judges and scribes begin to matter as much as horsemen. The smell of cooked lamb and bread mixes with ink and wax seals. But Orhan did not stop with cities. He crossed into Europe, and that leap changes everything. The Balkans held wealth, manpower, and strategic position. They also held Christian populations that could be ruled, taxed, and recruited. The Ottoman state begins to look like something new, because it learns to do something cold and methodical. It begins to collect boys. This is the Devshirme idea in its early form, the child levy that later generations would whisper about with dread and resignation. Officials arrive in a village, count, select, and take. Mothers cry out, fathers bargain. Some families hide sons. Others, desperate and calculating, try to present a boy who might rise in the system and send money back. The practice grows and formalizes over time, but its logic is clear from the start. The Ottomans needed soldiers and administrators who owed loyalty to the Sultan alone, not to local clans. They created them by taking children from Christian subjects and remaking them. Out of that machinery came the Janissaries, a corps that would become both the empire's sharpest weapon and later, one of its worst internal problems. In the 14th century, Ottoman rulers organized this elite infantry, tied directly to the Sultan, trained with discipline that shocked their enemies. A boy taken from a village could become a soldier who marched in step, carried a musket, and stood firm while cavalry broke and ran. The Janissaries were not just fighters. They were proof that the Sultan could manufacture loyalty. That is a terrifying kind of power. Under Murad I, the Ottomans pushed deeper into the Balkans. They shifted their center of gravity toward Europe. They took Adrianople, later called Edirne, and used it as a capital. It sat close enough to Constantinople to feel like a hand on the Byzantine throat. In the streets of Edirne, you would have smelled horse sweat and smoke from cooking fires, heard craftsmen hammering armor, and watched envoys from Balkan courts arrive with gifts that looked like submission wrapped in velvet. Then came Kosovo in 1389. The battlefield was not a clean chessboard. It was chaos, mud, and screams. Murad's troops met a coalition of Serb forces. Both sides bled heavily. Murad died during the battle, assassinated amid the confusion, and the Ottomans still emerged dominant. His death matters for more than drama. It demonstrates a brutal truth. The Ottoman machine had grown beyond any single man. Even the Sultan could fall, and the state would keep moving. His successor Bayezid I pushed with speed and arrogance, earning the name Thunderbolt. In 1396, at Nicopolis, Western knights marched east expecting glory. They brought confidence like perfume, thick and suffocating. Bayezid met them with discipline and timing. Ottoman troops crushed the crusading force and reminded Europe that this new power did not play by old rules. And then, in 1402, the empire nearly snapped. Timur marched west with a force that looked like an apocalypse to anyone standing in its path. Bayezid met him near Ankara, and the battle unraveled in a way that exposes a second early irony. Bayezid had built his army partly by absorbing other Anatolian Turkish principalities. In battle, some of those groups defected back to Timur. The empire's strength, its rapid expansion and absorption of rivals, became a weakness in a single afternoon of betrayal. Timur won. He captured Bayezid, the only Ottoman sultan to end up in an enemy's hands. Bayezid died in captivity the next year. After Ankara, the Ottoman world did not look like a rising empire. It looked like scavengers circling a wounded animal. Bayezid's sons fought each other in an internal struggle. This period, later called the Ottoman Interregnum, turned brother against brother and province against province. Merchants who once paid taxes to one authority now paid bribes to survive. Local lords tested independence. Enemies circled. Byzantine leaders, still clinging to their battered capital, watched and tried to exploit the fracture, playing Ottoman claimants against each other like a gambler shuffling cards. The empire survived because one of Bayezid's sons, Mehmed I, outmaneuvered the others and rebuilt the center. He restored order through a combination of negotiation, force, and careful consolidation. He proved that the Ottoman state could take a direct hit and recover. That resilience becomes one of its defining traits. Murad II followed, and he ruled like a man who understood the cost of weakness. He fought in the Balkans. He clashed with European coalitions that tried, again and again, to push the Ottomans back. At Varna in 1444, a crusading army marched with the confidence of men who believed God preferred their side. Murad shattered them. The battlefield smelled of wet soil and iron. The dead lay in heaps, armor dented, faces slack, eyes open to a sky that did not care. By the time Murad died, he left his son a powerful state and a clear objective. Constantinople. The city did not just sit on a map, it sat in the imagination. For Byzantines, it was a sacred fortress, protected by walls that had held back enemies for centuries. For Ottomans, it was a symbol that mocked them. It split their territories. It controlled the Bosphorus. It carried a prestige that could turn a frontier dynasty into an imperial power with a capital worthy of its ambition. Mehmed II came to the throne young, and youth did not make him gentle, it made him hungry. He read, planned, listened, and waited. He also understood that taking Constantinople required more than courage. It required logistics, money, and technology. So he built a cannon. Not a symbolic cannon, a monster of bronze that shook the ground when it fired. The gun crew sweated under its weight, their hands blackened with soot and oil. When the cannon spoke, the sound rolled over the hills like thunder, then slammed into the land walls of the city with a force that made stone crumble and men flinch. The siege began in early April 1453. Mehmed surrounded the city from land and sea and kept up a constant barrage. The defenders, led by Emperor Constantine XI, fought with desperation. They patched breaches with rubble and bodies. They hauled stones and wood while praying for aid that would not come in time. And now you can feel the sensory reality of the turning point. Inside the city, hunger sharpened everything. Bread turned thin. Water smelled stale in the cisterns. the air in churches filled with wax and fear. The sound of cannon fire became a clock. Each blast reminded people that the walls were not eternal. In the Ottoman camp, the atmosphere carried a different weight. Soldiers cooked over smoky fires. Imams preached in strong voices, promising paradise for martyrs. Janissaries drilled with a precision that felt inhuman, the stomp of boots turning the earth into packed clay. The city's walls had held against Arab sieges, against Rus raids, against crusaders and emperors and pretenders. But gunpowder changed the math. The walls could still kill attackers in waves, but they could no longer guarantee survival. That is one of history's cruelest jokes. Byzantium perfected walls, the world invented cannons. In late May, after weeks of pounding, the moment came. Mehmed ordered the final assault. He drove his men forward in waves. Each wave meant to exhaust the defenders. Each wave meant to test weak points. Each wave meant to spill blood until resistance broke. On the 29th of May 1453, Ottoman forces breached the land wall and poured into the city. Constantine XI died, fighting as the defense collapsed. Mehmed entered Constantinople not as a tourist, not as a looter, but as a ruler claiming a prize he believed belonged to him by right of strength and destiny. He moved through streets that smelled of smoke and panic. He stepped over broken doors and abandoned shoes. He listened to the city's silence, the kind that follows catastrophe when people either hide or die. Then he did something that reveals the Ottoman method in its most essential form. He did not only destroy, he appropriated. He turned Hagia Sophia into a mosque, not merely as an insult, but as a statement that the center of gravity had shifted. The city would not remain a wounded Byzantine relic. It would become the seat of an empire that had outgrown its frontier origins. And yet even here, the ironies keep forming. The Ottoman victory depended on a military system that rewarded discipline and loyalty, including the Janissaries. That system would later become a political force capable of threatening sultans. The victory depended on a ruler willing to act with cold ruthlessness. That ruthlessness would later crystallize into law, including rules that permitted fratricide in the name of stability. A state that claimed order would repeatedly purchase that order with blood inside its own family. Mehmed did not walk into Constantinople and simply take a city. He took a problem that had eaten emperors for 1,000 years, and he solved it with gunpowder, hunger, and patience. Then he faced a harder task, the one that does not look heroic in paintings. He had to make conquest last. A dead city gives you nothing. A living capital gives you everything. So he stood in streets that still smelled of smoke and fear, and he began to rebuild Istanbul as a machine for rule. He brought in craftsmen and merchants. He repaired walls that his own cannons had cracked. He filled warehouses. He issued orders that traveled out from the palace like blood through veins. He understood something that frontier warlords often miss. A cavalry charge wins an afternoon. A tax register wins a century. Topkapi rose above the water like a guarded promise. Inside its gates, you could feel the empire learning how to breathe. Courtyards opened one after another, each more controlled, each more silent. Guards in clean uniforms watched every corner, shoes scuffed on stone. In the inner rooms, silk kaftans slid over shoulders, soft as water, embroidered with gold thread that caught torchlight and made men look richer than they were. In the harem, the quiet could feel physical, like a pressure on the ears. Curtains hung still. A servant carried a tray, without letting the cups clink. The women who lived there learned every footstep and every mood. They learned which corridor meant danger, which door meant a summons, which whisper meant a prince had gained favor or lost it. Mehmed knew the palace could become a nest of rival loyalties, so he designed it to keep the center tight and the edges obedient. He wanted his authority to feel unavoidable. His appetite did not end at the city walls. He hunted the last scraps of Byzantine power and the last pockets of resistance that might one day invite European armies to return. He drove into the Peloponnese and finished off the despotate of the Morea, the last Byzantine remnant in Greece. And he treated surrender as a tool, not a mercy. He used honor when it served him, and execution when it frightened others into compliance. He turned east and took Trebizond, the final outpost of the Komnenian line on the Black Sea, ending another thread of Byzantine legitimacy. He moved into Bosnia, a land of fortresses and contested faith, and he absorbed it into his domain by force and by administration, tightening Ottoman reach into the Western Balkans. Each new conquest came with its own smell: wet timber in mountain forts, sweat and wool in marching camps, smoke from villages burned as punishment, incense in churches that would soon answer to Istanbul. He did not rule by charm, he ruled by certainty. Then he turned his eyes toward the sea. The Venetian Republic had money, ships, and nerve. Venice did not kneel easily, and it controlled routes that the Ottomans wanted for profit and control. The fighting with Venice dragged on for years, a grinding contest of sieges, raids, and naval clashes that proved an empire could bleed slowly even while it grew. Mehmed responded the way he always did. He built capacity. He expanded shipyards. He strengthened choke points. He treated shipbuilding as a form of conquest. The salt air of the Golden Horn mixed with pitch and sawdust. Men hammered planks late into the night, while clerks counted costs and sultanic officials watched for theft. Ottoman power at sea did not appear by accident. Mehmed forced it into existence. In 1475, he pushed into Crimea, breaking Genoese dominance and binding the Crimean Khanate into an Ottoman protectorate, giving the empire a hand on the northern Black Sea and a new stream of tribute and leverage. This mattered beyond maps. It meant grain, slaves, horses, and influence in a region where rival powers watched each other like wolves. It also meant the Ottoman state could reach farther than its armies could march, using vassal ties and naval force to extend control. The empire grew smarter, not just bigger. Then came a moment that still feels like a sharp intake of breath when you picture it. In 1480, Ottoman forces landed in southern Italy and seized Otranto. Imagine the shock in Europe, the way a rumor turns into panic before it becomes policy. Churches filled with prayer. Courts argued about whether this was a real invasion or a raid that could be bought off. In Otranto, stone walls trembled, and the air filled with smoke and screams as the city fell and people died or were dragged into slavery. Mehmed had been chasing the ghost of Rome ever since he entered Constantinople. He wanted more than a throne. He wanted inheritance. The Italian foothold suggested he might try to stitch the old Roman world under his own house. But fate does not respect ambition. Mehmed died in 1481, and the Italian outpost did not become a permanent Ottoman bridgehead. The empire learned an early lesson it would repeat for centuries. Plans can be grand. A body can still fail. Death did not just remove a ruler, it reopened the oldest wound in monarchy: succession. Mehmed left sons, and in an empire built on personal authority, a prince did not inherit calm, he inherited enemies. Bayezid took the throne, but his brother Sem refused to accept it. Sem fled, fought, lost, and became something far more dangerous than a dead rival. He became a living bargaining chip. European powers and the Knights Hospitaller held him, moved him, and used his existence as a weapon aimed at Istanbul. Bayezid could never fully relax. Sem's name hung over diplomacy like a blade. A pope could threaten to release him. A king could hint at a crusade backed by his claim. Bayezid paid for silence, negotiated for delays, and watched the West treat an Ottoman prince like a coin. If you want to understand Ottoman paranoia, start here. A rival prince did not need an army if Europe was willing to lend him one. This pressure helped push the Ottoman court toward a brutal kind of rationality. The empire had already survived the interregnum after Ankara, when brothers tore at each other and nearly split the state. Mehmed himself had seen how quickly a dynasty could crumble into factions. The answer he offered was chilling in its simplicity. Remove the rivals early. Make the throne a single point, not a shared prize. The practice of killing brothers existed before Mehmed, but Mehmed formalized and legitimized it as a matter of state order, tied to the idea of preventing fitna and preserving the common good. This is one of the great Ottoman ironies. A state that sought stability codified a method that poisoned its own bloodline. It turned family into a battlefield that began the moment a prince was born. Now picture the palace at night. A corridor lit by oil lamps, a muffled step, a silk cord carried in a gloved hand. No shouting, no spectacle. Only a clean silence meant to keep the city calm. This was not rage. This was policy. The tragedy is not only that men died. The tragedy is what the policy did to the living. It trained princes to see brothers as threats, trained mothers to build factions inside the harem, trained viziers and guards to calculate loyalty like merchants weighing spices. A system meant to prevent civil war made suspicion permanent. Bayezid ruled longer than his father's last fever dream of Italy, and he ruled differently. He preferred consolidation to reckless expansion. He watched the treasury. He tried to keep the empire steady while new storms gathered on the horizon. Yet steadiness has its own price. A ruler who refuses risk can look weak to the hungry men beneath him. He fought Venice again from 1499 to 1503, a war shaped by cannon smoke on the sea and the hard fact that coastal forts could starve if the sea belonged to the enemy. The Ottomans won key victories, including the naval battle at Zonchio in 1499, and they took Venetian strongholds like Modon and Coron, tearing out what Venetians once called the eyes of their republic. Imagine the coastal bombardment, the stone walls shuddering as cannonballs struck, the air thick with salt spray and powder, the screams of men on decks splintered by shot. Naval war does not allow clean heroism. It kills with drowning, fire, and panic. The Ottoman state, which had once been a frontier cavalry power, now proved it could fight on the sea with planning and persistence. Bayezid also fought the Mamluk Sultanate in a grinding conflict from 1485 to 1491, a war sparked by contested influence in frontier regions and fueled by pride on both sides. The fighting chewed up men and money and ended with a peace that restored borders largely unchanged. Here is another quiet irony. Two Muslim powers that claimed guardianship of sacred places and legitimacy spent years bleeding each other in a struggle that produced no decisive gain, while Portuguese ships began to threaten the old trade arteries in the Indian Ocean. The world was shifting. The Ottoman court could feel it like a draft under a door, but it did not yet know how to seal the room. This is where Selim enters like a storm. Selim did not inherit patience. He seized power by force. In 1512, he pushed his father off the throne and took the crown for himself. The empire had laws meant to prevent civil war, yet it still produced a son who decided he could not wait. That is the poison working exactly as designed. The throne went to the man willing to do the worst thing first. Selim ruled only 8 years, but he changed the empire's direction so hard that the rest of the century followed his curve. He acted like a man convinced that hesitation was a form of death. He moved against the Safavids and met Shah Ismail at Chaldiran in 1514. The battlefield there was not romantic. It was flat ground, stained by blood, and churned into mud by thousands of feet. Selim brought artillery and disciplined infantry. Ismail brought cavalry, and the fervor of men who believed their leader carried divine favor. The guns answered that belief with iron. Ottoman artillery and firearms helped decide the battle, shattering the Safavid attack and forcing Ismail into retreat. Selim briefly occupied Tabriz, but even victory had limits. His own troops, exhausted and wary of pushing deeper, reminded him that an empire's reach depends on men's willingness to keep walking. Chaldiran did more than redraw borders. It broke an illusion. It showed that charisma could bleed out under cannon fire. It also set a precedent the Ottomans would keep repeating. When faced with a rival, they preferred overwhelming force and decisive action, even if it created long wars and deeper hatred later. Selim then turned south toward the Mamluks, and this time the outcome did not end with a neat border restoration. In 1516 at Marj-Dabik near Aleppo, the Ottoman army defeated the Mamluk forces, opening Syria to Ottoman rule. In 1517, Selim defeated the Mamluks again at Ridania and took Cairo, bringing Egypt under Ottoman control. Try to imagine the moment the Ottoman troops entered Cairo. The heat sits heavy, the smell of dust and animals thick in the air, the streets crowded with fear and rumor. Soldiers jostle through gates, boots striking stone, their weapons catching sunlight. A great city that had ruled the region for centuries feels the shift in its bones. The Ottoman center of gravity moved. The empire that began as a frontier power in northwestern Anatolia now held the Levant, Egypt, and the Holy City's roots, transforming the Sultan from a conqueror of Christians into a ruler who could claim leadership within the wider Muslim world. Here, the weight of time presses down. You can feel the empire accelerating. In the space of a few generations, the Ottomans went from raiding the edges of Byzantium to ruling a capital that had once been Rome's second heart, then to absorbing Cairo's authority and its immense administrative tradition. The Ottoman state did not just win territory. It collected institutions. It learned how to govern peasants in the Balkans and merchants in Syria, how to tax vineyards in Greece and caravans crossing deserts, how to appoint governors, how to punish them when they grew too proud. But every new layer of strength carried a future weakness inside it. The Janissaries, built from coerced loyalty, had proven their value again and again. They stood under cannon smoke without breaking. They marched in step, while other armies dissolved into chaos. They were a weapon, and Selim used them ruthlessly. Yet, the very fact that the Sultan depended on them gave them leverage. Every privilege granted to keep them loyal became a claim they could later defend with threats. Every victory that made them legendary made them harder to control. The same system that allowed a sultan to manufacture obedience would, over time, create a class of soldiers who believed they owned a piece of the state. The same goes for the palace system. The harem produced heirs, but it also produced alliances, rivalries, and survival instincts, sharpened like knives. A mother did not want her son merely to live. She wanted him to win, because losing could mean death. A vizier did not want merely to advise. He wanted to attach himself to the prince most likely to survive. The law that claimed to keep order made the inner court a place where love and fear mixed until you could not separate them. If you stand at the edge of the Golden Horn at dawn and listen, you can hear the city waking, merchants shouting, gulls crying above the water. You can smell bread baking and tar on ships, and the faint perfume of the court drifting from behind palace walls. It feels like power made physical, but beneath it, like a low drumbeat, there is a warning. The Ottomans have built a state that can swallow worlds, yet it must keep feeding itself with loyalty, money, and blood. The more it grows, the more it requires. That is how empires become tragic. Not because they are evil, but because they become hungry in ways that human beings cannot satisfy forever. Selim dies and leaves behind an empire that still smells like fresh conquest. Cairo has barely had time to learn the cadence of Ottoman orders. Damascus still listens for the bootsteps of new governors. The holy routes now answer to Istanbul. The treasury swells, and the court begins to believe that God has stamped the dynasty with a permanent yes. Then a young man takes the throne in September 1520, and everyone around him tries to read his face like a cipher. Suleiman does not inherit a crown, he inherits momentum. In the Topkapi courtyards, morning light spills onto stone and makes the marble look cold enough to bite. Officials move with careful speed. The ink in the scribes' wells gleams like oil. A messenger arrives, breath fogging in the air, and kneels. A janissary guard watches with a stillness that feels rehearsed. In the council chamber, silk kaftans brush against carved wood, and the faint smell of rosewater sits on top of something sharper, sweat and fear under expensive cloth. Suleiman starts as many rulers start, by proving he can kill. He points the army northwest and goes after Belgrade. In 1521, he takes it, and that conquest matters because Belgrade is a door. It opens the Danube road into Central Europe and announces that the Ottoman court will not spend Selim's inheritance on gardens and poetry alone. The next year, he turns toward Rhodes. The Knights of St. John have held the island like a thorn in Ottoman sea routes, a Christian fortress that raids and interrupts and reminds Istanbul that the Mediterranean is not yet theirs. Suleiman brings siege guns and men who know how to dig, hammer, and endure. The air near the trenches tastes like damp earth and smoke. You can imagine the sound of stone splintering under cannon shot, and the tense quiet between barrages when defenders and attackers both listen for the next impact. By 1522 and 1523, Rhodes falls and the knights leave. Suleiman's court begins to understand what he is building, not just a realm, but a reputation. Europe hears the names Belgrade and Rhodes and feels the ground shift under old assumptions. Then Hungary becomes the prize. In August 1526, at Mohacs, Suleiman breaks the Hungarian army in a fight so decisive, it feels like a trapdoor opening. Rain and mud swallow boots. Horses scream. Armor turns heavy when it gets wet. And men drown in their own equipment if they fall into the wrong ditch. The Hungarian king, Louis II, dies as the monarchy collapses into panic. This is where Ottoman power stops looking like a regional threat and starts looking like a verdict. Hungary does not simply lose a battle, it loses its certainty. A vacant throne attracts predators. Ferdinand I of the Habsburgs wants it. John Zapolya wants it. Suleiman steps into that chaos and plays it like an instrument. He recognizes Zapolya as a vassal king, because it keeps Hungary divided and keeps the Habsburgs from swallowing the whole country in one bite. Then he goes for Vienna. When people imagine the siege of Vienna in 1529, they often picture banners and heroic speeches. The real story begins in the mud. Autumn rain turns roads into thick, sucking filth. Oxen strain under the weight of artillery pieces. Men curse as wheels sink and refuse to move. Supply wagons lag behind and rot in the distance. Food spoils. Powder gets damp. Horses go lame. By the time the Ottoman army reaches Vienna, the troops have already paid a price just to arrive. The trenches outside the city feel cold and wet, and the air carries the sour stink of latrines, smoke from cooking fires, and damp wool. The defenders watch from walls that have seen other dangers, and they understand something important. If they can endure long enough, winter and distance might fight for them. Suleiman pounds the city, but he cannot force it to open. Vienna does not fall. He withdraws, harassed on the route back. Here comes an irony that will repeat for centuries. The Ottomans have the discipline, the artillery, and the will. But Europe has weather, distance, and defensive depth. The Ottoman state can crush kingdoms close to its arteries. It struggles when it reaches too far from the heart. Suleiman does not stop fighting in Hungary, but after Vienna, his vision changes. The war drags on in fits and truces, and the borderlands become a permanent wound, bleeding men and money year after year. While Europe fixates on Vienna, Suleiman turns east and shows that he will not tolerate a rival that can ignite dissent in Anatolia. The Safavids of Iran represent more than a political enemy. They represent a challenge to Ottoman religious authority and a spark that can set heterodox loyalties on fire inside Ottoman territory. So Suleiman sends an army that smells of oiled leather and gunpowder and puts pressure where it hurts. His Grand Vizier and closest companion, Ibrahim Pasha, marches into Iran and occupies Tabriz in 1534. Then Ottoman forces take Baghdad 5 months later. Baghdad is not just a city, it is a symbol. It carries the memory of older caliphates and older power. When Ottoman officials begin to issue orders there, you can almost hear the empire telling itself a story. We are not merely conquerors, we are inheritors. Ibrahim Pasha matters here because he shows how Suleiman rules at his peak. Suleiman does not act alone. He chooses a man, elevates him beyond his origins, and makes him the hinge between the throne and the world. Ibrahim negotiates, commands, reforms, and carries the Sultan's authority like a weapon. He goes to Egypt in 1524 and re-establishes order there, shaping administration and revenue collection. At court, people start to whisper about Ibrahim's ambition. He wears luxury like he was born to it. He uses titles that sound too close to sovereignty. He begins to look less like a servant and more like a second son. Suleiman watches this and understands a truth about absolute rule. The most dangerous enemy is often the one you created. In 1536, Suleiman has Ibrahim executed. He does it because he fears for his own throne and because he refuses to share the aura of kingship with anyone, no matter how loyal that person once seemed. Picture the night inside the palace. The lamps burn low, the corridors absorb sound. A man who commanded armies and negotiated with kings finds himself in a room with no audience, no bargaining, no return. The court wakes up the next morning and pretends it did not hear anything. Because survival in an imperial palace often depends on your ability to act as if you believe the official story. This execution is not a side plot. It is the empire teaching itself a lesson. The Sultan's power depends on capable servants, but the Sultan must never allow those servants to appear indispensable. The state sharpens itself by cutting down the men who make it strong. At the same time, Suleiman builds an image of order so convincing that even his enemies have to respect it. He codifies a centralized legal system known as the Kanun, and people begin to call him Kanuni, the lawgiver. This is not poetry. This is infrastructure. Laws define taxes, duties, ranks, punishments. They turn conquest into something repeatable. But do not mistake law for mercy. Law, under an empire, often functions like a blade. It cuts away ambiguity. It makes punishment predictable. It makes extraction efficient. It tells a farmer how much he owes and tells a governor how much he can keep. It creates a state that feels reliable, and reliability can feel like safety, even when it comes with a heavy cost. In Istanbul, power begins to look permanent. The city hums with the noise of commerce and administration. Ships creak at dock. The smell of fish and salt mixes with spices and smoke from charcoal braziers. Artisans hammer brass, stitch leather, weave cloth. In Topkapi, the Sultan's presence becomes ritualized. A ceremony can make him seem distant, almost divine. That distance helps him rule, but it also isolates him. A man behind layers of protocol hears less truth with each passing year. Now we have to talk about the women's world, because it is not separate from power. It is one of the engines of power. Roxolana enters the story not as a romantic figure, but as an event. She arrives as a captive, taken by Crimean Tatar raiders, sold in Istanbul, forced to convert, and absorbed into the sexual economy of the palace. This is the brutal foundation. The harem does not begin as an exotic fantasy. It begins as a system that turns human beings into property. And yet inside that system, Roxolana finds leverage. She becomes Hurrem Sultan, and she does something unusual. She becomes Suleiman's wife, not merely a concubine, and she uses influence with a precision that terrifies the people around her. The harem is silent on purpose. It trains its inhabitants to communicate through glances, gifts, rumors, and small alliances. A door opening at the wrong hour can mean a death sentence. A servant who lingers can carry a secret to the wrong ear. The air feels still, but under that stillness lives a constant calculation. Hurrem understands the math of succession. She understands that her children's survival depends on which prince wins. She understands that the law and custom of dynastic struggle can kill brothers, nephews, even sons. The state wants a single ruler, and it has proven many times that it will accept family blood to ensure that outcome. Suleiman's greatest strength is also his most corrosive weakness. He sits at the center of a system that demands clarity and stability, and that system teaches him to fear the people closest to him. His son Mustafa becomes the focus of that fear. By 1553, Mustafa has become a magnet for disaffection in Anatolia. People gather around him because they think the old sultan is aging, and the prince represents vigor and a different future. Suleiman reads that support and hears a threat. The moment arrives in the military camp, not in a courtroom. Mustafa enters his father's space, expecting an audience. He walks toward the tent at the center, under the gaze of men who do not blink. The smell of horses and sweat hangs in the air. Somewhere nearby, a kettle boils. Somewhere else, a soldier sharpens a blade because war makes everyone prepare for the worst. Suleiman orders Mustafa executed. The prince dies because the state cannot tolerate a rival center of loyalty, and because the court has trained the Sultan to interpret popularity as sedition. This is not just tragedy. It is policy eating its own future. The dynasty's method of survival demands that it amputate promising limbs to keep the body alive. In the short term, it works. In the long term, it leaves the empire ruled by the survivors of palace suspicion, not necessarily the best of the bloodline. After Mustafa's death, the succession struggle turns inward among Suleiman's remaining sons. From 1559 to 1561, Selim and Bayezid fight over the future, and the conflict ends with Bayezid's defeat and execution. The palace watches its own children become enemies because the throne does not accept brothers. It accepts one. Everything else becomes dangerous excess. While this family catastrophe unfolds, the empire continues to fight on multiple fronts, as if the state itself cannot stop moving, even when the man at the center bleeds privately. In the Mediterranean, Ottoman power takes on a different face, one that smells of salt water and tar. Hereddin Barbarossa, a corsair turned admiral, becomes the Sultan's instrument at sea. His galleys move with oars, not just wind, and that matters in coastal waters where maneuverability decides life and death. At Preveza in 1538, Barbarossa defeats a combined Christian fleet and secures Ottoman dominance in the eastern Mediterranean for decades. Imagine the battle. The sea slaps against hulls, rowers strain, backs slick with sweat, hands raw. Archers and gunners shout over the crash of waves. Smoke drifts across the water and stings eyes. A sail tears, a mast splinters. Men fall overboard and vanish, swallowed by the same water that carried them to war. Naval combat is intimate in its brutality. Fire spreads fast on wood. Panic spreads faster. The empire at Suleiman's height looks unstoppable because it can strike by land and sea, because it can replace losses, because it can feed armies with an administrative system that keeps money and grain moving. But the empire also begins to show the hidden cost of its greatest innovations. The Devshirme system and the Janissaries have produced soldiers of remarkable discipline. Suleiman relies on them, and his predecessors relied on them, and every campaign proves their value. Yet every time a sultan leans on them, he increases their sense of entitlement. An elite corps that once existed to serve the throne begins to understand that the throne also serves its needs. A Janissary who knows he can make or unmake a ruler carries himself differently. He expects gifts. He expects privileges. He expects his voice to matter. The empire's sharpest blade begins to demand a hand on the hilt. The same pattern repeats with the bureaucracy. The Kanun gives the state a skeleton, but it also creates officials who can run the machine while the sultan withdraws behind ceremony. That looks efficient. It also tempts future rulers to become spectators. A sultan who allows others to govern for him may keep peace in the palace, but he also trains the government to function without his direct attention. Eventually, the state begins to treat the ruler as a symbol rather than a driver. Suleiman does not fully become that symbol. He campaigns repeatedly. He maintains a personal image of leadership, yet even he cannot escape time. In 1566, he goes on campaign again, moving toward the fortress of Szigetvar in Hungary. He is old now. The weight of armor and travel presses harder. Illness creeps closer. He dies of natural causes during the siege. Think of the scene: a tent at night, canvas snapping softly in wind. A lamp sputters. Outside, the army waits, still believing the Sultan commands them. Inside, the man who once terrified Europe with his presence in the field lies still, and the court faces a familiar emergency. A ruler's death can dissolve an army's confidence. It can invite rebellion. It can invite enemy attack. So the inner circle keeps the news quiet long enough to manage succession and maintain control. With Suleiman's death, a myth begins to form almost immediately. Europe calls him the Magnificent. The Ottomans call him the Lawgiver. Both names tell the same story from different angles. He expanded territory, and he organized rule. He made the empire look like a machine built to outlast any one person. But if you look closely, you can see the price stamped into the metal. His reign brings the empire to a peak, and his reign also reveals how that peak can become a trap. Expansion demands constant campaigning. Constant campaigning demands money and reliable troops. Reliable troops gain privileges. Privileges harden into political power. Meanwhile, the palace system that protects the throne also poisons the dynasty, forcing fathers to fear sons and turning the inner court into a contest of survival. The empire at Suleiman's peak feels like a grand structure rising above the sea, stone and marble, and silk and cannon smoke. Yet inside the walls, the same forces that built it are already creating future cracks. The Janissaries learn their worth. The bureaucracy grows confident. The harem grows influential. The succession rules turn family love into suspicion. And now the question that hangs over the entire Ottoman story begins to sharpen. If the empire depends on a ruler who can ride at the head of armies and command fear and loyalty at once, what happens when the throne passes to men who prefer the quiet rooms of the palace and the soft certainty of routine? Suleiman dies, and the empire does not collapse. That is the first deception. When a great ruler vanishes, people expect the roof to fall in. Instead, the machine keeps running. Couriers still ride out at dawn. Taxis still arrive in sacks that smell of sweat and dust. The call to prayer still climbs into the morning air over Istanbul. The Janissaries still drill, boots striking stone in unison, faces set like carved wood. The empire looks steady enough that a careless observer could mistake survival for health. But step inside the palace and listen closely. The sound changes. In Suleiman's time, the court still expected the Sultan to ride, to sweat under armor, to command men in the field, to push his own body against distance and weather. After him, the center of power begins to shift behind walls, into rooms where silk and whisper replace mud and cannon smoke. That shift does not happen overnight, and it does not happen for a single reason. It happens because the empire has grown so large that the throne begins to fear itself. A ruler who leaves the capital for too long invites conspiracy. A prince who shows talent invites suspicion. A military corps that knows it can topple ministers begins to speak with a louder voice. So the empire continues, but the tone changes from conquest to maintenance, from hunger for new territory to anxiety about keeping what already exists. Selim II inherits the throne in 1566, and men at court take stock of what kind of master he will be. They watch the way he holds his cup. They watch whether he rises early. They watch whether he listens to petitions or waves them away. They watch the tilt of his mouth when a messenger reports trouble on the border. Selim does not carry his father's appetite for marching. He prefers the softer gravity of the palace. In the evenings, oil lamps paint gold across tiled walls. The smell of warmed wine and spiced sweets sits heavy in the air. Courtiers laugh a little too loudly, the kind of laughter that tries to prove loyalty. Outside, the Bosphorus breathes cold salt into the night, and the city below keeps working, because it must. This is where another deception forms. A sultan can appear weak, and the empire can still win wars, because the empire has something Selim relies on: administrators, generals, and above all, the janissaries. The state can fight with its own muscles, even if the head grows distracted. Then the sea delivers a shock. In 1571, at Lepanto, the Ottoman fleet meets a coalition of Christian powers. The battle is not an elegant chess match of sails. It is choking smoke and splintering wood. Cannons roar at close range, and the sound hits the chest like a punch. Galleys crash into each other with the violence of street brawls. Men throw hooks, climb, stab, and fall into water that tastes of salt and blood. Fire spreads fast on tarred planks. A ship becomes a floating furnace in minutes. By the time the shouting dies, the Ottoman fleet has suffered a major defeat. The empire absorbs that loss and refuses to admit what it means. Officials in Istanbul speak of rebuilding. They count ship timber and order more oars. They talk about replacement as if replacement erases humiliation. In a practical sense, they are right. The Ottomans can build ships. They can recruit rowers. They can fund a navy. But a battle like Lepanto leaves a scar that does not show on a balance sheet. It teaches enemies that the Ottomans can bleed at sea. It teaches allies to question Ottoman invincibility. It teaches Ottoman commanders that the horizon contains more danger than opportunity. Inside the palace, silk still slides across shoulders. Kaftans embroidered with gold thread catch lamplight and make men appear larger than their courage. The Sultan's seals still press into wax, but the empire has started to meet a new kind of resistance. Resistance that does not always come from a weaker neighbor begging to be conquered, but from coalitions, from technology, and from rival states that have learned how to coordinate their fear into strategy. Selim dies in 1574, and the throne passes to Murad III. He rules from behind the palace walls, and the walls grow thicker in meaning. Murad's court feels like a chamber where oxygen gets used up quickly. The harem expands its influence, not because women suddenly gain magical power, but because proximity matters. The Sultan spends his most vulnerable hours inside those rooms, where guards stand outside doors and whispers can travel farther than proclamations. You can feel the harem's silence as something deliberate. It is not peace, it is control. Footsteps soften on carpets. Servants learn to breathe quietly. A cup set down too hard becomes a mistake someone remembers. In that quiet, alliances form. Mothers fight for sons. Eunuchs carry messages and shape access. A glance from the right person can mean a position. A rumor can mean an execution. Outside those walls, a different noise grows louder. Silver floods into Europe from overseas, and prices rise across the Ottoman world. Bread that once cost a small coin begins to demand more. A soldier's pay buys less. A peasant feels squeezed not only by taxes but by a market that seems to punish him for simply being alive. The Ottoman state needs money to fight wars and keep a vast administration fed. It leans harder on its provinces. It sells offices. It tolerates corruption when corruption greases the gears. Officials who once feared punishment begin to assume they can buy their way out of trouble. Here comes an irony that will shape the next century. The empire built its strength on disciplined institutions, especially the janissaries and the central bureaucracy. Now those institutions begin to protect their own interests as fiercely as they once protected the Sultan. The janissaries in particular change slowly at first, then all at once. They start as an elite corps, recruited and trained to serve the throne alone. They turn into a powerful social class. They marry. They run businesses. They bargain for privileges. They learn that a riot can force the palace to listen. This change matters because the Ottomans created the Janissaries to solve a problem. They needed loyal troops who would not side with provincial nobles. That solution works for generations. Then the solution becomes the problem. A core designed to prevent divided loyalty becomes a core with its own loyalties, its own networks, and its own demands. On paper, the empire still looks strong. It still fields large armies. It still collects revenue. It still appoints governors. But if you stand in a coffee house and listen to the talk, you can hear a shift in confidence. Men complain about prices, about officials, about soldiers who act like kings in their neighborhoods. Coffee itself spreads through the empire as a new habit, and coffee houses become places where rumors travel faster than official decrees. A state that learned to fear conspiracies now faces something it cannot fully police: conversation. War continues, because war rarely stops just because a society feels tired. The Ottomans fight the Safavids again. They fight in the Caucasus and eastern Anatolia, in regions where winter bites hard and supply lines stretch thin. A campaign there means men chewing tough bread with cracked lips, hands numb as they try to load weapons, horses slipping on frozen ground. It means commanders watching the sky and praying for roads that do not turn into rivers of mud. It means villages caught between armies, forced to feed one side today and punished by the other tomorrow. At the same time, conflict flares on the western frontier in what becomes a long war with the Habsburgs. The borderlands of Hungary and Croatia become a scar of forts, raids, and sieges. The fighting does not always produce glorious, decisive battles. It produces exhaustion. It produces wounded men who limp back to towns where their pay cannot buy enough bread. It produces bureaucrats who scrape coin from provinces and call it necessity. It produces soldiers who begin to believe the state owes them more than gratitude. Murad dies in 1595, and Mehmed III takes the throne. He inherits not only wars, but the old dynastic nightmare. Succession still demands blood. The palace still fears rival princes the way a man fears a knife held behind his back. Mehmed orders the execution of his brothers, and the number is large enough that the act becomes a symbol of how cold the system can be. The point is not the grisly detail. The point is what the policy does to the soul of governance. When a throne requires fratricide to feel safe, it trains rulers to equate mercy with danger. It also teaches the court that violence inside the family is normal, even necessary. But the empire begins to change its method of dealing with princes. The old pattern of killing rivals creates a public stain and a private horror. Over time, the palace experiments with confinement instead, keeping princes in a kind of gilded imprisonment. The result looks more humane. It also creates a different weakness. A prince raised in isolation, surrounded by silence and fear, does not learn how to command armies or negotiate with governors. He learns how to survive within a cage. When such a man becomes sultan, he brings the cage with him into government. This is how the empire begins to produce rulers who do not know their own provinces. In Anatolia, the Salali rebellions flare. Bandit leaders, disgruntled soldiers, dispossessed peasants, and local strongmen form roving forces that loot towns and burn villages. Smoke rises from orchards that once promised stability. Families hide in forests. A mother hushes her child as hoofbeats approach. These rebellions do not just reflect criminality. They reflect a pressure system breaking. War demands recruits. Inflation punishes the poor. Officials extract more. Men who cannot pay become desperate. Men who are desperate become violent. The empire fights these uprisings, but each suppression requires more force, more money, more strain. The palace responds, as it often does, by pulling inward. Ahmed I comes to the throne in 1603 as a teenager. He does not possess the seasoned authority of a conqueror. He carries the nervous energy of a boy surrounded by men who have survived too many purges to trust anyone. He faces a state that still expands its ceremonial magnificence while struggling to control its edges. He commissions the great mosque that Europeans will later call the Blue Mosque, filling the skyline with domes that look like stacked clouds. Inside, tilework gleams and light filters in with a softness that feels almost forgiving. Yet outside those walls, the empire fights, taxes, suppresses, and worries. Ahmed dies young in 1617, and the succession becomes messy. The empire begins to accept a new principle, not always choosing the son of the previous sultan, but choosing the next senior male in the dynasty. That choice can prevent immediate bloodshed. It can also create instability because it invites factions to form around different claimants. Mustafa I becomes sultan, and his mental instability becomes a matter of state. The palace tries to hide weakness the way it hides a corpse. Officials speak softly. Decisions stall. Then Mustafa is removed. Osman II takes the throne in 1618, and he tries to do something dangerous. He tries to discipline the Janissaries. Osman sees what the court tries not to admit. The Janissaries have become too powerful. They resist reforms. They demand payment. They riot when they feel insulted. Osman goes to war against Poland and suffers humiliation at Khotin in 1621, where the Ottoman army fails to achieve a clean victory and the campaign exposes problems of coordination and discipline. Osman returns angry and determined to reform his forces. He whispers about creating a new army. The Janissaries hear. They do not wait. In 1622, they revolt and kill Osman. Picture the shock in Istanbul. A young sultan, strangled like a criminal, his body carried out in secrecy. The palace corridors go quiet in the way they go quiet after violence, when people fear that even breathing too loudly might invite blame. The Janissaries prove the point in the most brutal way possible. The core that once guaranteed sultanic power now claims the right to end a sultan's life. This is the turning point that many empires cannot survive, yet the Ottomans do survive, again. That is the second deception. Each time the state survives a crisis, it teaches itself that it can survive any crisis. That belief becomes dangerous. Murad IV eventually rises to power and takes control in the late 1622. He responds to disorder with brutality that feels like an iron clamp. He bans coffee and tobacco at points, not because he hates pleasure, but because he fears gathering places and loose talk. He walks the streets in disguise, hunting corruption and disobedience. He executes officials and offenders in public. Fear becomes a tool of governance. The smell of blood and the sting of punishment become part of civic life. People lower their voices. They lock doors earlier. They think twice before complaining. Murad also fights, and he achieves something that looks like restored strength. He retakes Baghdad in 1638 after a hard campaign against the Safavids. The siege brings cannon, smoke, and hunger. Soldiers dig trenches and build batteries. The air tastes like ash. When the city finally falls, Murad reasserts Ottoman authority in the east and crafts an image of a ruler who can still win. The empire cheers because people crave competence even when it comes with terror. Murad dies in 1640, and the empire swings again. Ibrahim takes the throne, and his rule becomes tangled in court faction and personal instability. The palace becomes a pressure cooker. Money leaks. Officials jostle. The harem plays politics as survival. Eventually, Ibrahim falls, executed in 1648. The pattern repeats. Confinement produces rulers who struggle with power, and the state pays the bill. Mehmed IV comes to the throne as a child in 1648, and now the empire faces a problem that cannot be solved by a sultan's personal vigor. The state needs competent management. It finds it in the Grand Vizierate, in the Köprülü family. Köprülü Mehmed Pasha becomes Grand Vizier in 1656 and restores order with a familiar Ottoman method: purge, discipline, and relentless enforcement. He removes rivals. He punishes corruption. He reasserts the center. His son Köprülü Fazıl Ahmed Pasha follows and continues the program. The empire begins to win again, not because the Sultan is a conqueror, but because the viziers run the machine with ruthless competence. This raises an unsettling question. If the empire can function under strong ministers while the Sultan remains distant, what exactly is the Sultan now? A driver or a symbol? War with Venice over Crete drags on for years and ends with the Ottoman conquest of Candia in 1669, after one of the longest sieges of the early modern world. The siege consumes lives in slow motion. Disease kills as effectively as cannon. The air in the trenches grows sour. Men live in mud and filth. They breathe smoke day after day until their lungs feel coated. When the fortress finally yields, the victory tastes bitter because it took so much to chew through stone. Yet victory encourages ambition, and ambition can blind. By the 1672 and early 1682, Ottoman leadership looks again towards Central Europe. The borderlands have long been a zone of raids and politics, and now the court sees an opening. Internal problems in Hungary and rivalry among European powers suggest a moment to strike. Grand Vizier Kara Mustafa Pasha becomes the man at the center of this gamble. He wants glory. He wants to stamp his name into history the way the conquerors did. He believes Vienna can fall. In 1683, the Ottoman army marches toward Vienna again. This time, the empire brings experience, artillery, and the confidence of recent successes. But the march still grinds through distance and logistics. Men trudge under heavy packs. Horses strain. Supplies move slowly. The army arrives and digs in. Now you are back in the mud. The trenches outside Vienna fill with cold water. Boots sink. Men scoop mud with hands numb from wind. Cannon smoke hangs low in the air, mixing with the smell of damp earth, sweating bodies, and rotting food. Each day begins with hammering, digging, praying. Each night brings exhaustion and the sharp fear that a counterattack might come in darkness. Inside Vienna, the defenders brace and ration. They listen for mining under the walls. They smell smoke and fear in crowded streets. The city becomes a stomach tightening around itself. Kara Mustafa presses the siege, and here ambition begins to show its teeth. He wants Vienna intact, not smashed to rubble, because an intact capital would make a better trophy and a stronger political prize. That desire slows decisions. It affects how he uses artillery. It shapes his timing. Meanwhile, Europe organizes relief. A coalition forms. Men who do not love each other, decide they hate the Ottomans more. The relief army arrives, and on the 12th of September 1683, the battle explodes on the hills above Vienna. Cavalry charges down slopes, infantry fires in volleys, cannons cough smoke and flame. The Ottomans fight hard, but they cannot hold. The siege collapses into retreat. The dream of Vienna dies again, not with a single dramatic sword thrust, but with the messy unraveling of logistics, coalition, warfare, and overreach. The retreat becomes a humiliation. Supplies get abandoned, soldiers scatter, fear runs faster than discipline, and back in Istanbul, the court demands a scapegoat because empires hate admitting structural failure. Kara Mustafa pays for defeat with his life. They strangle him, and the silk cord tightens like a moral verdict. This is the moment when the empire's long turning begins to feel irreversible, not because Vienna alone breaks it, but because Vienna exposes what has been building for generations. The Janissaries have grown into a force that can kill sultans. Succession practices have produced rulers who know the palace better than the provinces. Court factions have learned to survive through intrigue rather than competence. Inflation and war have strained the economy and provoked rebellion. The empire still has strength, still has wealth, still has men who can administer and fight, but it has also developed habits that eat away at its ability to adapt quickly. Its greatest strengths have begun to demand tribute from the future. The Ottoman army crawls away from Vienna in 1683 like a wounded animal that still has teeth but no longer believes in its own roar. The roads turn slick under hoof and wheel. Rain mixes with churned soil until the ground becomes a thick paste that tugs at boots and swallows dropped muskets. Men glance over their shoulders as if the hills themselves have learned how to hunt. A few weeks earlier, they had dug trenches with the confidence of a power that assumed the city would eventually surrender. Now they abandoned tents, barrels, even artillery pieces, because fear moves faster than discipline. The smoke of their own campfires trails behind them like a confession. Back in Istanbul, the palace demands an explanation that fits on a single sheet of paper. Empires hate complicated truths. Kara Mustafa aimed too high, they say. He mismanaged the siege, they say. He failed the Sultan, they say. And so they tighten a silk cord around his neck and call it justice. The silk feels smooth, almost gentle, which is its own kind of cruelty. The cord does not fix the deeper problem. It only reassures the court that someone paid. Now the real reckoning arrives. Not in one dramatic battle, but in years of losing ground in slow motion. After Vienna, the empire meets a new kind of pressure. European states do not simply resist, they coordinate. They study Ottoman methods, copy Ottoman artillery practices, modernize their armies, and form alliances that turn the Ottomans from a storm into a target. The war that follows drags through the late 17th century. Fortresses change hands, villages burn, fields get trampled into mud. And then in 1699, the empire signs the Treaty of Karlowitz, and the ink dries like a bruise. The Ottomans cede large territories in Central Europe, including much of Hungary, and the psychological shift is immediate. The empire has spent centuries expanding. Now it begins negotiating retreats. You can feel what this does to a political system built on conquest. Conquest had been the empire's proof of divine favor and administrative competence. It justified taxes, recruitment, and sacrifice. It fed the Janissaries with prizes and allowed the palace to hand out governorships like rewards. When expansion slows, the whole arrangement starts to creak. The empire still collects taxes, still appoints officials, still dazzles visitors with domes and tiled courtyards, but it cannot offer the same easy promise that tomorrow will bring new territory, new wealth, new glory. So the court turns inward, and the inward turn has a smell. In Topkapi, you can almost taste the change in the air. More perfume, more ceremony, more layers of fabric between the ruler and the world. Silk kaftans glide through corridors that absorb sound. Courtiers lower their voices instinctively. A sultan's presence becomes more rare, more staged, more wrapped in ritual. The harem's silence grows heavier, not because nothing happens there, but because too much happens there to be spoken aloud. A mother watches her son sleep and measures every breath as if it might be borrowed. A eunuch carries a folded note inside his sleeve like it is a weapon. A servant learns to set a cup down without a sound, because a sound can be interpreted as disrespect, and disrespect can become a pretext. Outside the palace walls, a different reality presses in. Prices rise, pay lags. Merchants complain about officials who demand extra fees at checkpoints. A farmer watches his grain leave the barn and knows his family will eat less this winter. War takes men away from fields. War also takes coin away from local markets. When the state needs money quickly, it leans harder on tax farming. Powerful men buy the right to collect taxes, then squeeze harder to turn a profit. The empire's administration remains sophisticated, but sophistication does not guarantee fairness. It can actually make exploitation more efficient. This is where the Janissaries begin to matter in a new way. They once represented discipline and fearlessness, a corps that marched at the Sultan's command and broke enemy lines without hesitation. Now they become a political constituency. They do not behave like soldiers who exist to serve. They behave like men who believe the state owes them a living. They open shops. They marry. They build local networks. They demand bonuses and resist reforms. When they riot, the sound of their anger echoes off the city's stone like a warning to the throne. The very institution created to prevent divided loyalty now embodies divided loyalty. The core becomes loyal to its own privileges first. The empire tries to correct course by leaning on strong ministers and occasional energetic rulers. But the deeper issue remains. The Ottoman state had grown so successful that it developed habits built for a world where it could dictate terms. Now it must survive in a world where others dictate them back. In 1718, the empire signs the Treaty of Passarowitz after another war that ends badly. More territory slips away. The court responds in a way that feels almost human, like a person coping with stress by throwing a party. The so-called tulip era arrives, and it looks like beauty at first glance. Gardens glow with lanterns at night. Fountains murmur. Tulips stand upright in neat beds, their colors lit by flickering oil lamps. Men of the court wear fine cloth and discuss poetry, architecture, and European fashions. The air smells of sweet pastries and rosewater. Coffee steams in small cups, dark and bitter, and conversation flows more freely than the palace would like. But beneath the elegance sits a sharp resentment. The empire's common people do not live in lantern light and tulip gardens. They live under rising prices and uneven justice. They watch officials spend lavishly, while soldiers demand extra pay. They listen to rumors that the court has lost its toughness. They see foreign ambassadors strolling through Istanbul with a confidence that would have been unthinkable under Suleiman. They feel the empire's pride thinning. Then, in 1730, rage breaks through the silk. A revolt erupts, led by men who speak for the anger in the streets. They storm through the city and force the Sultan to abdicate. The Tulip era ends not with a polite fade, but with violence and humiliation. The palace learns a brutal lesson. If the court looks too detached, the city will remind it who is hungry. If the Sultan cannot command respect, a mob can command fear. And still, the empire does not die. It adapts, but in ways that create new problems later. One of the most important shifts happens quietly in the provinces. Local notables, provincial power brokers, and regional governors begin to act with growing independence. They raise troops, collect taxes, negotiate with neighbors, sometimes ignore orders. The palace needs their cooperation to keep the empire stable, especially when the central army struggles to mobilize quickly. So the court bargains with them. It grants privileges. It recognizes their authority informally, then formally, then permanently. The empire holds together, but the glue becomes personal deals rather than unquestioned central command. Here is another irony. Decentralization can keep an empire from snapping in a crisis, because local strongmen can handle local problems quickly. But the same decentralization also makes later reform harder, because every local strongman becomes a small fortress of self-interest. Meanwhile, the world beyond the empire changes its economic rhythm. Trade routes shift. European powers expand maritime commerce and build global networks that bypass older routes. Merchants in Ottoman ports feel the difference. A dock worker in Alexandria or Smyrna hears foreign languages more often. A customs official watches goods move under European flags and realizes that profits increasingly flow outward. The empire still has wealth, but it no longer sits at the center of the world's most profitable motion. The state's expenses do not shrink just because global trade patterns shift. War still costs money. Fortresses still need garrisons. Officials still demand salaries. So the empire must find new revenue or squeeze harder. Squeezing harder creates rebellion. Rebellion demands force. Force costs money. It becomes a circle that tightens. In the 18th century, the empire faces two relentless predators on land: Russia and Austria. Russia, in particular, presses south with a hunger that feels almost personal. Russian rulers dream of warm water ports and influence in the Black Sea. They also claim a role as protectors of Orthodox Christians, a claim that becomes a diplomatic knife aimed at Ottoman sovereignty. Every time the Ottomans fight Russia, they fight not only armies but also a story Russia tells about legitimacy. The wars grind. Winter campaigns freeze men in their boots. Cannon smoke hangs low in cold air. Horses slip on icy roads. A soldier grips a musket with numb fingers and prays it fires. When battles end, disease keeps killing. Field hospitals stink of sweat, blood, and sour linen. Doctors work with saws and cloth, and the screams travel through tents like a second wind. In 1774, after another punishing conflict, the empire signs the Treaty of Küçük-Kaynarca, and it lands like a punch to the ribs. The Ottomans give up key positions and accept terms that strengthen Russian influence, including claims tied to Orthodox Christians. The empire has not only lost territory and prestige, it has accepted a foreign power's right to speak into its internal affairs. That kind of concession does not show up in a parade route, but it changes the future. Now, the phrase people will later use begins to form in the minds of European diplomats. They start talking about the Ottoman Empire as a weakening entity, something that will eventually be divided. The empire becomes an object of calculation. Inside Istanbul, this talk produces two reactions that clash like flint and steel. One reaction is denial. The court clings to ceremony. It doubles down on tradition. It insists that the old order remains strong because admitting weakness feels like inviting collapse. The other reaction is reform, and reform begins as fear. Some Ottoman officials look at European armies and see discipline, drills, and new methods of war. They look at Russian artillery and understand that bravery will not compensate for outdated organization. They look at the Janissaries and see an elite corps that has turned into a political obstacle. They look at provincial autonomy and see a state slowly losing the ability to compel. They realize that the empire must change or it will be carved up. But changing the Ottoman state means confronting its strongest institutions, the ones that built its power in the first place. That is the deepest Ottoman irony. The empire's tools of greatness become its chains. Now the story pulls toward the end of the century, and the outside world arrives with a blunt force. In 1798, Napoleon lands in Egypt. Imagine the shock traveling across the Mediterranean like a cold current. French ships appear on the horizon. Soldiers disembark with a confidence born from the French Revolution's new wars. The sand heats under their boots. The air smells of salt and dust. Cairo, with its crowded alleys and the scent of bread, animals, and river water, becomes a prize. Napoleon defeats local forces, then poses as a liberator while wielding an occupier's fist. He brings scholars and officers. He studies and conquers at the same time, turning invasion into a spectacle of modern ambition. For the Ottoman Empire, the invasion is a humiliation of a special kind. Egypt is not a remote outpost. It is one of the empire's most valuable provinces, a place of grain, revenue, and strategic position. The fact that a European army can march in and take it exposes Ottoman vulnerability in a way that diplomats in Istanbul cannot ignore. The empire does not crumble on the spot. It fights back with help from Britain and local resistance. The French eventually withdraw, but the damage remains. Egypt does not return to the neat obedience it once pretended to offer. Power has shifted. New strongmen rise. Local forces begin to act like rulers, not servants. Back in Istanbul, Sultan Selim III tries to respond like a man who understands the coming century will not forgive nostalgia. He looks at his army and sees a corpse dressed in uniforms. He knows he must build something new. So he starts the Nizam-i-Sedid, the new order. This is not simply a policy. It is a provocation. Selim brings in new training methods. He builds new units. He demands discipline. He tries to fund the reforms through new taxes and reorganized revenues. The idea sounds reasonable, even necessary. But reason does not matter if powerful groups feel threatened. The Janissaries see the new order and recognize it for what it is, an attempt to replace them. The old corps does not want improvement if improvement reduces its privilege. It does not want a modern army if a modern army makes it obsolete. It wants its bonuses, its status, its ability to riot and extract concessions. Selim also faces resistance from traditional elites and provincial power holders who fear a stronger central state. Reform threatens everyone who benefits from the current disorder. So the Sultan stands on a narrow bridge over a deep drop. On one side is the modern world pressing in with rifles, bureaucracies, and alliances. On the other side is the empire's own institutional muscle, built over centuries and now refusing to bend. Here is the grim truth. Reform in an empire often looks like betrayal to the people who built the empire's strength. In the palace, Selim can still wrap himself in silk and ceremony, but the silk does not protect him from the logic of power. At night, the corridors remain quiet, yet the quiet no longer feels controlled. It feels anxious. The same silence that once hid palace intrigue now hides the possibility of revolt. A guard watches a doorway and wonders whether he will be ordered to defend the Sultan or arrest him. A courtier smiles and calculates which side will win. As the century closes, the Ottoman Empire still stands. Its mosques still cast long shadows in afternoon sun. Its markets still buzz with trade. Its provinces still pay, at least on paper. But the empire's old confidence has drained away, replaced by a constant balancing act between reform and backlash. The Ottomans once created institutions that could conquer and hold territory across 3 continents. Now those institutions resist the changes needed to survive in a world where conquest has become harder and diplomacy has become sharper. The empire has not reached its final collapse yet. That comes later, with revolutions, nationalism, and world war. But by 1800, the Ottoman state has already stepped into a new era where survival depends on adaptation, and adaptation requires the empire to fight itself. The Ottoman Empire crosses into the 19th century with its nerves exposed. It still looks imposing from a distance. Minarets still spear the sky above Istanbul. The Bosphorus still carries ships like a moving road of salt water. In the markets, copper pans still ring under hammer blows. Spices still stain fingers. Silk kaftans still whisper across palace floors. But the empire no longer trusts itself. That is the real change. It cannot trust its army. It cannot trust its provinces. It cannot even trust the men in uniform standing closest to the throne, because those men have learned how to make rulers afraid. Sultan Selim III tried to build a new army, a new order, because he could smell the future the way sailors smell a storm before the first wave rises. He understood that the empire's enemies now drilled in squares, marched in disciplined lines, and fired in coordinated volleys. He understood that courage without organization dies quickly under modern artillery. He also understood something more humiliating. The Ottoman state, once the terror of Europe, now had to imitate Europe just to survive. That realization is poison in an imperial court. It tastes like defeat before the battle even starts. Selim paid for reform with his life. In 1807, the Janissaries and their allies rose and forced him from the throne. They did not need to bring foreign armies through the gates. They used the empire's own institutions against it. The palace corridors filled with sudden movement, boots on stone, the harsh metallic scrape of weapons being lifted. Men who had once bowed to Selim now looked away, as if they could not bear to meet his eyes. The Janissaries did not act like servants. They acted like owners. Selim's successor Mustafa IV tried to keep order by offering concessions and clinging to tradition, but the empire was already in the kind of crisis that does not respond to politeness. In 1808, a reformist faction and provincial forces moved in to restore change. They removed Mustafa, and Mahmud II took the throne. Mahmud II is not born a conqueror, but he becomes a survivor. He understands that the Janissaries have turned into a permanent threat. He understands that reform cannot succeed as long as the most powerful armed group in the capital behaves like a cartel. He waits. He watches. He learns. Inside Topkapi, The silence of the harem and the council chambers feels more tense than before, as if the air itself holds its breath. Mahmud sees how power moves. He learns which officials whisper into which corridors. He listens to petitions and hears the same complaint in different voices. The Janissaries demand pay. The provinces resist orders. The treasury groans. The empire's borders rattle like a door in a strong wind. And then the world outside the palace starts to peel away. In 1821, Greek rebels rise. The rebellion does not begin as a neat war between uniformed armies. It begins with fear, rumor, revenge, and sudden violence in villages and ports. A priest whispers about freedom. A merchant passes a message. A young man with a knife decides he is no longer afraid. Ottoman officials respond with harshness, and harshness breeds more rebellion. The Aegean air smells of salt and smoke. Ships burn in harbors. Families flee into hills. In Constantinople, news arrives in pieces, carried by frightened messengers and frantic letters. The empire realizes a terrifying truth. People who have lived under Ottoman rule for centuries can now imagine leaving it. Mahmud tries to crush the revolt, but the situation escalates. European powers intervene, not out of pure idealism, but because Greece becomes a useful moral banner and a strategic pawn. In 1827, at Navarino, a combined British, French, and Russian fleet destroys the Ottoman Egyptian fleet. Cannon smoke thickens over the water. Splinters fly. Fire races along decks. Men jump into the sea and vanish. The Ottoman side does not just lose ships. It loses a sense of control over the Mediterranean's narrative. It learns that Europe can strike Ottoman forces directly and then justify it as civilization defending itself. Mahmud absorbs that humiliation and doubles down on what he believes is necessary. He turns his gaze inward toward the Janissaries. By 1826, he decides he can no longer coexist with them. He does not issue a gentle reform. He sets a trap. He announces a new modern core. The Janissaries protest. They riot. They gather with their old confidence, believing the palace will yield like it always has. Then Mahmud unleashes artillery on their barracks. The moment becomes known as the Auspicious Incident, a name that tries to make slaughter sound like destiny. In reality, it is smoke and screams. The cannons roar inside Istanbul. The sound echoes off domes and stone. The air fills with burnt powder and the smell of charred wood. Men run and fall. The old corps that once marched as the empire's sharpest blade becomes bodies in rubble. Mahmud's troops hunt survivors. They execute leaders. They tear down symbols. The empire kills its own creation because it has no other way to survive. This is the deepest Ottoman irony rendered in fire. The institution that built Ottoman power in Europe and guarded the sultans now dies by the sultan's cannons because it has become too dangerous to keep alive. Mahmud replaces the Janissaries with a new army, trained and organized along European lines. He changes clothing, forcing officials and soldiers into uniforms and eventually the fez, trying to strip away old identities and create a modern state aesthetic. Even fashion becomes policy, because in an empire, appearances are not decoration. They are hierarchy made visible. But every reform produces backlash. Mahmud also faces a new threat that reveals how fragile central rule has become. In Egypt, Muhammad Ali, the Ottoman governor, builds his own power base. He modernizes his army, reforms administration, and acts like a ruler. He sees the weakness in Istanbul and decides he can extract concessions. His forces march into Syria, and threaten the empire's core. Mahmud finds himself in the humiliating position of needing European diplomacy to save him from his own governor. Britain, Russia, Austria, and France maneuver, and the Ottoman Empire becomes a stage on which other powers negotiate. Mahmud dies in 1839, and the empire inherits not stability, but reform momentum mixed with panic. His successor Abdulmesid issues the Tanzimat reforms, beginning with the Gulhane Edict in 1839. The document promises security of life and property, more regular taxation, and new legal principles. It reads like a promise of fairness. In practice, it is also an act of desperation. The Ottoman state is trying to convince its own subjects and foreign powers that it can become a predictable modern government, not a decaying autocracy that will collapse into chaos. You can feel the tension in the bureaucracy. Clerks scratch ink across paper, recording new categories, new rules, new systems. Courthouses smell of wax and damp stone. Officials debate in rooms heavy with tobacco smoke. Reformers speak of law and equality. Conservatives mutter about betrayal. Provincial elites calculate whether reforms will weaken their grip or strengthen their bargaining position. The Tanzimat era is not a single decision. It is decades of struggle between two realities. Reality one is that the empire must modernize or die. Reality two is that modernization threatens every group that benefits from the old order. And while this internal fight continues, the empire faces external war. In 1853, the Crimean War erupts. Russia presses against Ottoman territories and claims a role as protector of Orthodox Christians. The Ottomans, fearing collapse, ally with Britain and France. The war becomes a brutal laboratory of modern warfare. In Crimea, mud clings to boots and turns trenches into watery graves. Soldiers shiver under rain that never seems to stop. Cannon smoke hangs over the battlefield like a dirty blanket. Disease kills more efficiently than bullets. Hospitals stink of blood, sweat, and sour linens. Nurses and doctors work with limited tools, trying to keep men alive who have already lost too much. The Ottomans fight alongside Western allies, and this is another bitter irony. The empire that once stood as Europe's terror now survives partly through European support, a support that comes with strings, loans, influence, demands. After the war, the empire leans harder into reform. The 1856 Reform Edict promises more rights and equality for non-Muslim subjects, partly to satisfy European expectations and partly to stabilize the diverse populations within the empire. But reforms create new tensions. Muslim subjects sometimes resent changes they perceive as favoritism. Non-Muslim subjects often see reforms as inadequate or unevenly enforced. Local officials resist. The central government pushes. The result is a constant friction that generates heat but not always progress. Meanwhile, nationalism spreads like a contagious idea. In the Balkans, communities begin to imagine themselves not as subjects of a sultan, but as nations deserving sovereignty. Serbian uprisings, Bulgarian agitation, Romanian aspirations, and Greek independence all form part of a pattern. The Ottoman Empire is trying to hold together a complex state, while European powers encourage separatism when it suits them. The empire becomes a patient surrounded by doctors who argue over who gets the inheritance. In the 1872, the pressure explodes again. Bulgarian revolts and the harsh Ottoman response become a scandal in Europe, fueling interventionist sentiment. Russia seizes the moment. The Russo-Ottoman War of 1877 and 1878 brings disaster. Ottoman soldiers retreat through snow and mud. Rifles crack in cold air. Villages fill with refugees. Carts loaded with blankets. Children crying. Old men staring at the road as if it has betrayed them. Constantinople itself feels threatened. The war ends with treaties that redraw the Balkans. The Ottoman Empire loses territory and influence. It also loses moral authority in European eyes, as stories of atrocities circulate and harden stereotypes. The empire becomes isolated, and isolation breeds paranoia. Enter Abdulhamid II. He takes the throne in 1876 and inherits both reform and chaos. A constitution is proclaimed, then suspended. Abdulhamid chooses control over openness. He builds a network of surveillance and censorship. He becomes a sultan who rarely leaves his palace, ruling through papers, spies, and fear. The palace grows quiet in a different way now. Not the quiet of ceremony, but the quiet of people afraid to speak. Abdulhamid understands that the empire has become a chessboard for others. He tries to play Britain against Russia, Germany against France, promising concessions, signing deals, building railways, seeking allies. The smell of coal and metal becomes part of the empire's new face. Trains whistle through Anatolia. Telegraph wires carry messages faster than horses ever could. Modernity arrives as infrastructure, but infrastructure does not solve legitimacy. During Abdulhamid's rule, the Armenian question intensifies. Armenian communities seek reforms and protection. Kurdish tribes, local officials, and the state's security apparatus clash in escalating violence. Massacres occur in the 1,890 seconds. Blood stains streets and fields. Survivors carry trauma like a second skin. The empire tries to suppress dissent and maintain control, but repression fuels more resentment, and resentment fuels more fear. This is the trap of late empire. It responds to instability with violence, and violence creates more instability. By the end of the 19th century, the Ottoman Empire remains on the map, but it has changed fundamentally. It has lost large portions of its European territories. It has become dependent on foreign loans and foreign diplomacy. It has built modern systems while struggling to modernize its political soul. It has tried to reform, then retreated into authoritarian control. It has killed its janissaries, the old engine of conquest, and replaced them with new armies that still struggle to match European powers. It has promised equality while enforcing hierarchy. It has relied on the old centralizing instinct while bargaining with provincial power. And through all of this, the palace still glows at night. Lantern light on water, domes reflected in the Bosphorus, silk kaftans still moving through corridors that hold too many secrets. The empire survives, but survival has become a kind of exhaustion. The next phase will not merely test whether the Ottomans can reform. It will test whether the empire can remain an empire at all in a world that now worships the nation-state, the mass army, and the ruthless arithmetic of industrial war. The Ottoman Empire enters the 20th century like a man walking with a hidden wound. He still wears fine clothes. He still speaks with authority. But every step hurts, and he knows the next fall might be the one that does not allow him to stand again. On a humid night in Salonika in 1908, young officers gather in rooms that smell of sweat, tobacco, and cheap ink. They whisper over folded papers and half-eaten bread. Some wear uniforms that fit too tightly at the shoulders, as if the empire itself has outgrown its old skin. They speak of the constitution like it is a weapon, not a document. They speak of Abdul Hamid II as a spider at the center of a web of spies. They do not laugh much. They have learned that words can cost you your life. Abdul Hamid rules from a place of fear and calculation. His palace feels less like a home and more like a bunker dressed in velvet. The silence in his inner rooms has a taste, dry and metallic, like fear held too long in the mouth. He trusts paper more than people. He trusts reports more than friends. He believes that if he loosens his grip, the empire will shatter. He may be right. He may also be the one making it shatter faster. For decades, he has used censorship and surveillance to hold the state together. He has also played Europe's powers against one another, bargaining to keep the empire alive. But bargaining requires leverage, and leverage weakens with every lost province, every foreign loan, every treaty signed with a pen that feels heavier than a sword. The Young Turks understand something simple. If they wait, the empire will die on someone else's schedule. So they move. The revolution of 1908 forces the restoration of the constitution. The streets fill with cheers, not only in the cities but in provincial towns, where men have never seen Istanbul's palaces and still feel the weight of its taxes. Crowds shout for liberty. Soldiers embrace civilians. For a moment, the air tastes like possibility. But possibility comes with a shadow. The Young Turks, organized around the Committee of Union and Progress, do not merely want freedom, they want control. They believe the empire can survive only if it becomes centralized, disciplined, and loyal to a single national idea. They inherit a state built on managing difference through hierarchy and negotiation, and they begin to favor a harder approach. They speak of unity, and unity in a crumbling empire often means forcing everyone to fit a shape they did not choose. The counter-revolution arrives quickly in 1909. Reactionary forces revolt in Istanbul. The city's sound changes overnight. You hear shouts in narrow streets and the sudden crack of rifles. You smell smoke and damp stone. Barracks empty. Men run. Fear spreads faster than reason. The Young Turk forces march from Salonika to Istanbul and crush the uprising. They depose Abdul Hamid and send him away, an old sultan reduced to a guarded passenger, his empire leaving him behind. The palace has seen coups before, Janissary revolts before, strangled sultans before. But this feels different. The state now belongs to men who think in terms of committees, programs, and national survival. They do not dream in the old imperial language of conquest and ceremony. They dream in the new language of crisis management and control. Then the empire starts losing pieces faster, like ice breaking off a riverbank in spring. In 1911, Italy attacks Ottoman Libya. The empire, already strained, cannot defend a distant province effectively. Young officers go to fight there anyway, including men who will soon become central figures. They move through deserts that taste of grit and heat. They sweat under wool uniforms. They learn guerrilla tactics because they lack naval power and resources. The war ends with the Ottomans giving up Libya. The loss looks small on a map compared to earlier eras, but it carries a message. European powers can now strip Ottoman territory without fearing a serious Ottoman response. Then the Balkan Wars arrive in 1912 and 1913 like a knife pressed to the empire's throat. Bulgaria, Greece, Serbia, and Montenegro attack. Ottoman forces, poorly coordinated and exhausted, crumble. Towns that had lived under Ottoman rule for centuries suddenly fly new flags. Refugees flood toward Istanbul. They arrive with carts, bundles, and haunted faces. Children cry from hunger and cold. Old men stare at the ground as if it has betrayed them. The roads fill with the smell of unwashed bodies, damp wool, and panic. Adrianople, Edirne, the old Ottoman capital, becomes a symbol of humiliation when it falls. The empire that once threatened Vienna now fights to keep the outskirts of its own heartland. Even when the Ottomans recover Edirne during the Second Balkan War, the psychological damage remains. The Balkans, long a core arena of Ottoman identity and revenue, slip away. This is not only a strategic loss, it is a wound to memory. In Istanbul, the Young Turk leadership responds with urgency and ruthlessness. The coup of 1913, led by figures like Enver Pasha, pushes the empire into a more openly authoritarian direction. The empire now sits in the hands of men who believe that hesitation is death. They look at the map shrinking, and they decide that survival requires drastic action. And here the tragedy tightens. Because the empire is no longer simply a state defending borders, it becomes a desperate patient willing to accept increasingly dangerous medicine. European powers watch the Ottoman decline like creditors watching a debtor. They talk about reforms and protections for minorities, but they also talk about ports, rail lines, and influence. Russia presses from the north with the old dream of controlling the straits. Britain cares about routes to India and oil. France eyes influence in the Levant. Germany offers partnership, weapons, advisors, and the promise of respect. The Ottoman leadership chooses Germany. It is a decision born from fear and ambition. They believe a strong alliance can prevent the empire from being carved up. They believe war might even allow them to recover lost territories. They also believe, with a gambler's faith, that the future belongs to bold men. In late 1914, the empire enters the First World War. The decision does not come with a dramatic public confession. It arrives through a chain of actions, naval maneuvers, and political calculations. Then suddenly the empire is at war with powers that have larger economies, global resources, and armies that draw from industrial systems. War changes the smell of a society. In Istanbul, coal smoke thickens as the city strains to supply the front. Bread becomes smaller, prices rise. Women wait in lines with baskets. Officials issue ration cards and make promises they cannot always keep. In the palace, silk still moves through corridors, but the silk now feels like a costume worn during a fire. The empire fights on multiple fronts at once, and each front becomes a different kind of nightmare. In the Caucasus, Enver Pasha dreams of glory. He dreams of a bold winter offensive that will crush Russian forces and open a path to Turkic lands beyond. In late 1914 and early 1915, he drives troops into mountains under snow. The cold does not feel like weather. It feels like an enemy that slips inside your clothes and claws at your bones. Men march with frozen beards and cracked lips. They sleep in drifts and wake up stiff, if they wake up at all. Boots fill with ice. Rifles jam. Horses collapse. The campaign ends in catastrophe at Sarikamish. Thousands die, many from exposure. The empire learns again that ambition can kill more surely than bullets. In Mesopotamia, Ottoman troops fight British forces moving toward Baghdad. The region is a different torture. Heat presses down like a hand on the skull. Flies swarm around wounds. Water tastes of mud. At Kut, Ottoman forces besiege and force the surrender of a British Indian army in 1916. The victory gives the empire a brief surge of pride. Then the war continues, grinding on until British forces take Baghdad in 1917. The empire bleeds men it cannot replace easily. Then comes Gallipoli in 1915, a battle that becomes myth for multiple nations. The Allies aim to force the Dardanelles, knock the Ottoman Empire out of the war, and open a route to Russia. They land on steep shores under fire. The sea is cold. The air reeks of salt and cordite. Bullets crack like snapped branches. Men slip on wet rocks and fall into water stained red. The trenches form quickly and then deepen into a world of mud, lice, and constant fear. The stench of decomposing bodies lingers because the dead lie too close to the living for comfort and too many for proper burial. Ottoman defenders, including officers like Mustafa Kemal, hold the lines with brutal determination. They do not fight with romantic zeal. They fight because retreat means the enemy reaches Istanbul. They fight because commanders shout and because fear can focus the mind into a narrow tunnel. They fight until the ground itself looks shredded. When the Allies withdraw in late 1915 and early 1916, the Ottomans claim a major victory. The empire celebrates. For a moment, it believes it has proven it still has life. But that victory does not change the deeper math. The empire has fewer resources than its enemies. It fights a war of attrition with a fragile economy. It also faces internal pressures that war amplifies. This is where the story turns darker, and it must. Because the empire's end is not only a military defeat, it is also a moral collapse. In 1915, Ottoman authorities begin mass deportations of Armenians from eastern Anatolia and other regions, framing it as a security measure in wartime. What follows is a catastrophe. Deportation columns move along roads under guard. People stumble through dust and heat. Hunger strips bodies down quickly. Children cry until they cannot. Women carry what they can and then drop it when their arms fail. Bandits attack. Some officials abuse their power. Disease spreads. Large numbers die through killing, starvation, and exhaustion. Entire communities vanish. The roads become a trail of loss that survivors remember as a smell, dust mixed with sweat and blood. You cannot separate this from the empire's logic of desperation. The leadership believes enemies surround them and betrayal hides in every minority community. They respond with harshness that becomes annihilation. The state that once managed diversity through negotiated hierarchy now uses violence to solve what it sees as a security problem. It is one of the most terrible ironies of late Ottoman rule. In trying to save the state, it destroys parts of its own population and stains its legacy with an enduring horror. Meanwhile, in the Arab provinces, the empire faces another kind of unraveling. Arab elites have long served the empire, negotiated within it, and resented it at times. War intensifies those tensions. British agents promise support for Arab revolt. Local leaders calculate their chances. In 1916, the Arab revolt begins, and the Hijaz Railway becomes both artery and target. Saboteurs tear up tracks. Trains derail. Ottoman troops guard stations under the desert sun. Sand gets into everything, into food, into guns, into eyes. Water becomes a constant worry. The desert is quiet in a way that feels like being watched. The empire tries to hold the Levant and Arabia. It still has competent commanders. It still has loyal troops, but it fights while the ground shifts beneath it. Loyalty becomes conditional. Hunger becomes political. Britain advances through Palestine with fresh supplies and growing momentum. Ottoman lines stretch thin. Damascus, a city of markets and old stones, eventually falls in 1918. The news hits Istanbul with a cold weight. By 1918, the empire is exhausted. In the capital, people speak of shortages and funerals. They speak of sons who never returned. They speak of officials who still live well, while ordinary families eat less. The smell of soup grows thinner. Coal becomes precious. In the palace, the rituals continue. But the rituals now feel like a performance staged for an audience that has already left. In October 1918, the empire signs the Armistice of Mudros. The war ends, but peace does not arrive. Instead, occupation arrives. Allied ships enter the Bosphorus. You can picture them in the grey light, steel hulls cutting through water that once carried sultans and admirals. The sight has a particular humiliation. Istanbul, the city taken by Cannon in 1453, now hosts foreign forces without a final battle at its gates. Ottoman soldiers watch from the shore. Civilians stare. Some feel anger. Some feel numbness. The empire has survived sieges, rebellions, and wars for centuries. Now it faces the quiet violence of being controlled. The Sultan, Mehmed VI, sits on a throne that feels like a chair placed on a collapsing floor. He hopes that cooperation with the Allies might preserve the dynasty. He sends diplomats. He signs documents. He tries to appear reasonable, but reason does not matter to powers that smell blood. In 1920, the Treaty of Sèvres proposes to partition Ottoman territory. It envisions zones of influence, mandates, and new states. It strips the empire down to a core. To many Turks, it reads like a death certificate that someone else wrote. Here, the empire's final irony reaches a cruel clarity. For centuries, the Ottoman state maintained itself through centralized authority and military discipline. It punished rebels and demanded obedience. Now, in its last phase, it loses control in the capital, and the resistance that emerges does not fight for the empire as it once existed. It fights for something new. Mustafa Kemal steps forward. In 1919, he travels to Samsun, officially to oversee order, and he begins organizing resistance instead. The move is both political and psychological. It tells people that the future will not be decided in occupied Istanbul, but in Anatolia, where the ground is still under Turkish control and where local support can become an army. Ankara becomes the center of a new legitimacy. Meetings take place in rooms that smell of wood, smoke, and damp cloth. Men argue over maps on tables scarred by knives. They talk about sovereignty and national survival with the urgency of people who have watched their world shrink. They send messages through couriers who ride on poor roads, dodging patrols. They collect weapons quietly, sometimes stolen, sometimes bought, sometimes surrendered by units that prefer a Turkish future to a sultan who signs away their home. The old Ottoman system begins to split. In Istanbul, the sultan remains. In Ankara, the national movement grows. The empire's tradition of central authority now competes with a new central authority, one born out of rebellion against the old center. The state faces a civil fracture at the exact moment it faces foreign occupation. War follows. Greek forces, encouraged by Allied support, push into western Anatolia. Villages burn, civilians flee. The smell of smoke becomes a constant presence. Men who once served the Ottoman army now serve the national movement. They fight with old rifles and new desperation. Battles at Inonu in 1921 helped steady morale for the nationalist side. Later, at Sakarya in 1921, the fighting becomes a brutal test of endurance. The front stretches across harsh ground. Men dig in, dust coats their teeth, water runs low. Artillery thumps day after day, and the air feels permanently bruised by sound. Mustafa Kemal's forces hold, and the line does not break. The war is not only a contest of armies, it is a contest of legitimacy. The national movement claims it represents the people. The Sultan claims tradition. The Allies claim authority through victory. Each claim demands obedience. Only one will survive. By 1922, the nationalist forces launch the Great Offensive. Greek lines collapse. The retreat becomes chaotic. Fires consume parts of Smyrna, and the smoke rises over the harbor as refugees crowd the waterfront. The air is thick with ash and fear. People scream for boats. Soldiers drop rifles and run. Civilians cling to bundles. The war ends not with a neat handshake, but with scenes of desperation that stain memory. In November 1922, the Grand National Assembly abolishes the Sultanate. The Ottoman dynasty, which began as a frontier house under Osman, ends as a legal decision made in a new political center. Mehmed VI leaves Istanbul. He boards a ship and departs under foreign protection. The image is almost unbearable in its symbolism. The last sultan of a 6th century empire leaves his capital not at the head of an army, but as a displaced figure carried away by the same powers that occupied his city. In 1923, the Treaty of Lausanne recognizes the boundaries of the new Turkish state. Later that year, the Republic of Turkey is proclaimed. Istanbul remains, but the empire does not. Now look back across the centuries and feel the weight of what has happened. The Ottomans built an empire from frontier raids and turned it into a disciplined machine. They created the Janissaries to guarantee loyalty and used them to conquer continents. Then the Janissaries learned their own strength and turned into a threat that sultans had to destroy with cannons. The Ottomans formalized fratricide to prevent civil war, and in doing so they trained princes and mothers to live inside paranoia. Later they replaced fratricide with confinement, and confinement produced rulers who lacked experience, leaving power to ministers and factions. The empire survived each crisis and grew skilled at improvisation, and that skill also became a trap. Survival encouraged denial. The state learned to keep going even when it should have changed sooner. In the end, the empire did not fall only because enemies attacked. It fell because the world changed, and the Ottoman system struggled to adapt without tearing itself apart. It fell because modern war demanded industrial capacity the empire could not match. It fell because nationalism offered a new story that imperial hierarchy could not compete with. It fell because fear drove decisions that created lasting wounds. It fell because a state built to expand found itself forced to retreat, and retreat does not feed an imperial soul. Yet even as the empire dies, its remnants shape the world that follows. The streets of Istanbul still echo with footsteps. The domes still hold the sky. The palace corridors still remember the soft scrape of silk and the sharper sound of a cord tightening in a dark room. The empire ends, but the memory stays, complicated and heavy, full of brilliance and cruelty, full of survival and self-destruction.